Hey guys, welcome to Insight, a special Sunday night edition with your friends Michael, Christian Patriot Network, and Gino. We are your hosts tonight, and we have a very, very special guest. I am so super excited. I know Michael feels the same way. We have Joseph Jordan on, who is the president and founder of CE4 Research. You can find him on YouTube. I will put the links below after the show when this thing uploads, but we are super excited. Joe is a 27-year member of the Mutual UFO Network, the world's oldest, largest, and volunteer not-for-profit, a civilian secular UFO investigation and research organization. He is currently the MUFON National Director for South Korea, the State Section Director for Brevard County, Florida, a MUFON Rapid Deployment STAR team member, and a member of MUFON Inner Circle. By profession, he is a safety professional for Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin rocket manufacturing facility in Merritt Island, Florida, adjacent to the Kennedy Space Center. He is a born-again, Bible-believing Christian and head of CE4 Research Group, an investigative research group that studies the so-called alien abduction phenomenon from a Christian perspective. The research findings of CE4 Research Group, the most powerful evidence in the world today of the true nature of the entities behind the so-called alien abduction experience, have been published in over 37 different authored books in the past 2 decades. He has recently released his new book, Piercing the Cosmic Veil, You Shall Not Be Afraid of the Terror by Night, where the published findings of the 20-plus years of CE4 Research Group lean toward a more likelihood of the visitors being of an interdimensional or spiritual nature rather than an extraterrestrial biological entities. This book is now available to order on Amazon in paperback as well as in the Kindle format. And guys, please welcome Mr. Joseph Jordan. Joe, how are you tonight, sir?
I'm good. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Oh, what an honor, sir. What an honor. We are, before, the pre-show, we were talking about how much we just admire your work and your research. And I know you're up against it in that industry. This isn't a popular message by far. But, it's so necessary because we've been duped. Mm-hmm. The wool's been pulled over our eyes, and they just expected everybody to go along with it. And I always had my suspicions, and I know Michael had his, that there was something more to this phenomenon. And that's why we love having you on tonight. And Joe, go ahead. Introduce yourself a little bit if there's anything more to add to that bio. That was a very impressive bio, by the way.
Thank you. It's just, it's the culmination of a lot of years coming together. It's kind of like building my bio for my resume for my job. It becomes something of value after a lot of time and a lot of experience, where you can put it all together on a piece of paper for the next employer,
Right.
But it's taken a lot of work and a lot of travel and working with a lot of people and a lot of experiencers to be able to,
Oh, we lost him. You still there?
So.
Oh, we lost you for a second. You froze up for about 5 seconds. I think we got the gist of it, though.
Yeah.
Yep. Can you hear us? Okay, good. Excellent.
I do.
Okay.
I do.
So, Michael, how you doing, brother?
I'm good. I'm fantastic. I've been looking forward to this stream. This is not our usual time, and so it was as soon as I knew we were having Mr. Jordan on as a guest, I sent some messages out. My father-in-law, he loves this topic, and so I sent him a message right before the stream. Hopefully he can tune in. And
is your father-in-law still going to like the topic after we're done tonight?
He will. He will.
Okay,
in
good.
fact, he has stories of family members out because he grew up way out in the middle of nowhere on the farm, and he has stories of family members who had seen things and had after the fact they were white as sheets. They didn't know what they saw. And they didn't tell very many people because of the nature of just how you could be ridiculed for it. And so this is just it's an exciting topic for sure. And looking forward to having this chat tonight. Thank you for coming on again.
Sure.
Yes. Thank you so much. Before Michael asks this question, I'd like to add something to what he just said. Is it still that same stigma that's attached to people when they come forward and say, I think I've seen something? I mean, because it seems like it's kind of become pop culture almost now, Whereas before you were the quack down the road and just stay on your farm and just, pull your potatoes out of the ground or something. Am I wrong or?
Well, it's lightened up a little bit, but there's still a stigma to it. If you watch these newscasters, maybe the big ones, like the major channels, they don't seem to ridicule it as much when they take on an interview, with some of these big names like Nick Pope or Louis Elizondo or Richard Dolan or somebody that comes on to cover this stuff. But if you look at some of the local channels, in different areas, they still come on with some snide remark when they start the the cast of it. They still got to make a remark. It's maybe gained a little bit of attention, a little bit of respect, but not much.
Okay. Guys, by the way, I should say this ahead of time too. Get ready with your questions if you want to drop them in the chat in the second hour, or you want to, call in and talk to Joe yourself. You're more than welcome to. I'll drop the link in the chat a little later. But other than that, we're going to get right at it. I'm super excited. And Michael, what do you got for him?
Well, that was my question. What you just asked was my question. You just took it from me. No. I have so many questions, and now that it's time to ask questions,
You forget.
Yeah, I almost before I add the question that's pressing me, it seems a bit advanced.
To start
I feel
off
like
with.
I need to ask it a little bit later on after
gotcha.
some things get explained,
That makes sense.
because I don't know if all of our audience is, a lot of them have been with us through the last 2 podcasts, so they're kind of on board with where we are. And so I guess more than anything, maybe Mr. Jordan can just kind of lay out like a layman's story, so to speak, of what his research is in kind of a short form. And then that way I can kind of, because my questions have more to do with the spiritual,
Gotcha.
than with the physical and some of the stuff.
Yeah, so if you could just kind of lay out the groundwork of what this whole abduction phenomena is, and even how you just got involved in it in the first place, that would be interesting.
I guess that's the most important way to do this is, how did I come about this? Because if I'm telling people that I'm a Christian and I'm getting ready to tell you about alien abductions, most people are going to think that I'm going to try and debunk it. But that's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to give you a Christian perspective as a Christian researcher on the so-called alien abduction phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm not telling you that, this doesn't exist at all for these people. No, these people absolutely believe that what they've experienced has happened to them. Okay. What I have done is taken a look to see what is it that they believe has happened to them. The way I got started into this was kind of by accident. I was on a vacation trip to visit my brother up in Alaska and stopped in the airport over there in Orlando, headed up to Alaska, 10-hour flight or more. This was back before we had all the electronics that you could use on a plane to spend the time. I needed a book or a magazine to read. So I stopped in one of the kiosks, looked around, tried to find something to pick up as a magazine. Nothing interested me. Went through the paperback section. Being a science fiction reader, I was looking for something science fiction to pass the time. Found one book, caught my attention. It looked to be science fiction. Picked it up, turned it around, looked at the back of it. It said it wasn't science fiction. That puzzled me. Because science fiction, there's a solid black line between fiction and nonfiction. You know that it's separated. There's no blur. Mm-hmm. This book blurred that line between reality and non-reality. The name of that book was UFO Crash at Roswell. It said it was a scientific investigation into this so-called flying saucer crash in 1947 in Roswell, New Mexico. And I went, what? That's science fiction. How can this be a scientific investigation into this? It's sci-fi. So that puzzled me. I didn't believe in flying saucers. That was science fiction. So I bought the book just because it interested me. Uh, I read that thing pretty fast. All it did was open up a huge can of question worms for me. And I had to know more. I said, if these people believe this is real, I'm missing something here. So I became just consumed with this quest to find out what this was about. And over the next few months, that's where my focus was on. What is this? What is this? What is this? What is this about? Is these people really serious thinking that something else is out there and it's not science fiction? So trying to make this short, chain of events led me to a gentleman in Orlando, introduced me to MUFON, said, hey, you got an interest in this? You can actually be part of the investigation yourself. He introduced me to this organization that it was about investigations. You could become an investigator, a researcher yourself. I joined MUFON the end of 1992. Worked my way up as a field investigator. He helped me out on how to do that. Next thing I know, he's saying, I live in Orlando. I used to run a group over here as a state section director. You live in Brevard County. There's no chapter there. If you're interested, you can start your own chapter, train up field investigators yourself, respond to calls that come in, for sighting reports, and you can be part of the process that's trying to get answers to this phenomenon. I thought, oh, how cool can that be? So a little bit of my ego got sucked up into that, and I said, let's go. So I started a chapter here in Brevard County long time ago, mid 90s, and trained up field investigators under me to work with me. We were taking reports in, following up on them, and we were on the road to trying to find out what this was about. Part of what they had to do as a state section director was hold a monthly meeting open to the public, try to bring people into MUFON for membership, try to raise funds, educate the public on the UFO phenomenon, which I'm again now doing here in Brevard County as a state section director again, now that I'm back in Florida. And when I did that, people started coming because people have an interest in this. And it's a free meeting. You invite them, you educate them, try to get them to become members, train them up as field investigators if they're interested. But you know what? The people that started coming, they all had stories to tell. And I'd listen to their stories. And the thing was, they thought we had the answers because we were MUFON. They thought we were the ones that were going to help them. We couldn't help them. We were hoping they would help us so that we could help them. And we'd listen to all their different stories. A lot of them had UFO sighting stories, but there was a special group of them that had these strange stories, abduction stories, contact stories. And as we listened to them really intently, I realized something that kind of clicked in my mind. I said to my fellow field investigators, I said, guys, just thinking logically here, if we're following sighting reports after the fact of things that people see in the sky that are so-called spaceships or whatever, that's what they think they are. These people are saying that they're having encounters with the people that are flying those things. So logically thinking, we should be following those people. Mm-hmm. We should be interviewing them and finding out as much as we can from them because they're front line. And they all kind of agreed with me. And we decided to focus our research with the abductees and the contactees.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second, Joe?
Sure.
This kind of baffles me. So no one had, prior to you, no one had thought of that, like to ask these people?
Well, in a way, yeah, there were some researchers out there that were working with abductees. There were some big names, but not on a low level like we were doing. Bud Hopkins was out there doing that. There was some, David Jacobs was already starting into it. There were some big names that were working into it, but not many. You know,
Mm-hmm.
this was way back in the beginning of all of this, and we started working with the local ones that we had. And the first thing we decided to do was educate ourselves as much as we could on the abduction research that was available out there in books and videos, so that we would not do any more harm to these people
Mm.
before we started in working with them, because these people were distraught. These people were suffering from all sorts of issues. I mean, it was almost like they were suffering from a form of PTSD from these experiences that they were having. So we didn't want to harm them in any way. We just wanted to be able to interview them and try to find out what were the common things between their experiences, just like everybody else was doing, trying to find those, the common factors to try to find an answer about what was happening there. Um, as we started into it, we weren't finding anything different than the rest of the researchers were finding. Now, keep in mind, we're all MUFON field investigators doing this research. But at this time, MUFON was not set up to formally investigate abductions. They really still aren't. They have a experiencer research team that works with abductees now, but it's not really a formalized way to investigate abductions yet, because it's just such a bizarre experience to deal with. Um, we were just taking as many notes as possible, with the experience, with their testimonies. As we started doing this, we went back to our, our training as field investigators, and we were all trained to use the scientific method, and we realized that none of this was going to be able to be used for, MUFON um, MUFON database like they use for the UFO database.
Mm-hmm.
So right away, we figured we better separate ourselves from MUFON, because there's no way for MUFON to take the information at the time. So that's when we decided to set up a separate entity and call it CE4 Research Group. CE4 stands for Close Encounters of the Fourth Kind, which happens to be the classification that represents abductions. Just a simple name, that's all it means. And I've kept that name ever since, and so we set up a separate entity to work under, but we've always made the research findings available for anybody for peer review, even MUFON.
Mm.
You know, we never hid anything from them, but we wanted to make sure that everybody was working under MUFON's research standards so that it would be acceptable for peer review.
Mm-hmm.
We kept the scientific method in the way that we did the research. And the way we started out is we picked a hypothesis to put out there. And right at this time is when I became a Christian in 1996. There were some things that happened before that, but I became a new Christian in 1996. And when I became a Christian after working as a non-Christian with these abductees, the first question that came to mind as we started into setting up a hypothesis was, are Christians being abducted by aliens? I said, let's just pick something simple. It ought to be quick and simple to get an answer to that, because I really wasn't seeing any. So I thought this ought to go quick. We'll get a quick answer. We'll knock this one out, and then we'll go for another one. And because that's the way you do research. Start with one, get an answer to it, go for another one. So the first one we put out there, are Christians being abducted by aliens? We expected to get a quick answer. We did. The answer was yes and no. Not what we expected.
That makes it easy.
Yeah, that wasn't good. That was not what we expected. Well, why yes and no? Because what we found out was something brand new for us as believers, because there were a couple of us that were believers and some of us that weren't. But as believers, we found out that there were actually two kinds of believers. There were those that we ended up giving a term to as talk the talk believers, and walk the walk believers. And over the years, people have hated me using those terms, but sorry, it is what it is.
Yeah, especially the Christian community.
Yeah, especially them. But sorry, it is what it is. You know,
Sure.
You want to use another name? Come up with another name. I'll use it. But it was easy to sort out that way. But what we found out is walk the walk believers, people that were true to the Lord's teachings, true to what the Bible was teaching us, keeping a close relationship with Jesus Christ. We're not having these experiences. But those that profess to be Christians, but were still walking in the world, were having these experiences. Which also led us to answering some questions that the secular researchers were not able to do in the research as we went along and started collecting our data. Over the years, working with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cases, the secular researchers are still asking the question, why does this even happen to certain people? Why do certain people have the abduction experience? You know, they give all sorts of excuses out there like, oh, because it follows Rh negative bloodline, blah, blah, blah. You know, it's hereditary,
all physical attributes rather than a spiritual.
It's physical attributes. And you might see that there, yes, but that's not the reason. And then they also said that these experiences couldn't be stopped. Well, what we found in the research as we went along, the answers to why does this happen to some people, when it goes back to the talk believers, what we found there were three reasons that it was happening to them. Not either it was one of the reasons it was happening to them or a combination of the three. You either ask for it, you people listening probably going, what? People ask for this? Yeah, they do.
Joe, I honestly, before I was a Christian, I was really kind of delving into New Age. I wasn't in it, but I was really interested in that kind of stuff. And it kind of led into the alien thing. And I had already been fascinated by aliens since I was a little kid. And I remember thinking, man, I would love to be abducted. I would love to see one of these things, as a young guy. So I get that. It makes sense.
Well, and that was actually that was going to be one of my questions, was about the people who are practicing calling these things in now, but we'll get to that later.
Yeah, bring that back up.
Yes.
But yeah, back then, I mean, even myself, I was one of those guys, before I became a believer. I didn't believe in this alien stuff. I never really did. I was one of those guys from Missouri. I said, you got to show me. And there just wasn't enough evidence there to show me that it was alien. It was enough to show me that something weird was going on. And, I used to visit other UFO groups, one up in Edgewater, just south of Daytona. I used to frequent theirs. I was their MUFON guy that would come up and give a MUFON, news that was going on. But I would drive that 45 minutes back down I-95 to where I lived, in my pickup truck with the window down, yelling out the window, show me something, So, yeah, you got to be careful what you ask for, But, yeah, people do ask. Well, that's not the most common. The second one is your most common. Those are the people that unknowingly open the door to this experience. Mm-hmm. And those are the people that are dabbling in the occult, the paranormal, New Age practices, the metaphysical realm, anything that God says in his word, don't mess with that. Mm-hmm. Okay? These are the things that open up to this realm, especially if you're actually looking into this phenomenon itself. What we found in the end run with the UFO phenomenon is anybody that attempts to look into it, its goal and its end run of it, it takes a person's eyes off the one true God.
Absolutely.
That's the end result.
Yep.
Okay. So you got to watch what you're looking into. Okay. This is what this phenomenon does to people. The third one puzzled us when it came to us, because I had adults, experiencers that were telling me, I don't fit those first two. I don't understand how this happened to me. And I said, well, explain to me, what you're talking about. And they said, well, I remember having these experiences since I was a child. So I wasn't dabbling in anything and I wasn't asking for it. I was just a child. So that one puzzled me. And as a Christian, I knew that this stuff had to be backed up with scripture somewhere, because I was seeing everything I found, scripture backed it up. So I started digging deep and I found this one where it talks about, this one goes back Old Testament, but it still talked about the father being the spiritual head of the household.
Mm-hmm.
And if the father wasn't keeping that spiritual covering over that household, the children were susceptible as just as well as he was. So it's very important as fathers that we keep the spiritual covering over our family and the household. And I started investigating, going back and asking completely different questions to these experiencers. I wasn't interested in their testimony about their experience anymore. Now I was interested in, what do you remember about your family life? What do you remember about your parents? What was your father and mother into? What did they go to church? Were they affiliated with any groups? Every time I found major open doors with the parents that led to these experiences with the children. So it always came back to an open door. And that's an answer that still the secular realm is still trying to find that common factor. Well, like I said, we found that common factor, and it's those open doors, those doors to areas that God said don't open. Mm-hmm. Okay.
That makes total sense. Sorry to interrupt, but that makes total sense with what is going on in our country right now. They've been trying to destroy the family for 40, 50 years. Sure. And in the spiritual head of the family is the father, according to the Bible. I mean, we're to protect our wives, protect our children, protect our home. And what they've done is they emasculated us. They've told us we're toxic masculinity. And what does that do? That removes that shield from your family by removing the head, the male head of the family. And that's, it makes total sense what you're saying, that would open the door to the spiritual demonic realm also.
Sure.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that brings me to, I think we've talked about it on the show, Gino, my childhood, my dad being in the Rosicrucian order, having his altar in my room, and some of the early memories that I remember from being 2 or 3 years old, seeing these entities, these things in the room. I wouldn't call it an abduction experience. It was more like things that were around me that weren't touching me, that weren't interacting with me, but I could see them, I could sense them there, and it scared me. And of course, mom calls it, parents, as we are, as we grow up and the veil comes over our eyes, oh, you had a nightmare, honey. But still to this day, those are so vivid. And I started connecting the dots one day, and my mom and I were sitting here talking, and I remember, my dad had something in my room. She said, yeah, his altar was in there. And he was part of that Rosicrucian order, with the secret knowledge nobody shares and all of that. I can see how you can open those doors, for your children, unfortunately.
Yep. Now I'll back up a little bit to get the answer to the other one that the secular realm was still asking, or still saying. When I first became a believer, and the Lord showed me what this was, that this was not something that we should have been part of. I repented of being part of it completely. And I told the Lord, I said, I will have no more part of this. I'll put this work behind me completely. And he pretty much let me know. He says, nope, you got work to do. You're to take this back where you came from. And I said, Lord, I can't take your word back where I came from. I came from the new age and the metaphysical realm, and they don't believe your word. They think it's just, crazy ramblings of old men from the past. I can't take your word back to those people. I said, you got to give me something better. And, nobody told me as a new believer that you don't talk back to God, but I did. So I thought I had him pretty much held off at that point, and thought I was out of having to do any work, but he still had a plan. And a little bit of time went by, and still voice in my head says, "You already have it." And I didn't know what that meant. After hearing it a few times, I went back to my lead investigator, my co-founder of CE4, who was also a Christian. I said, "Need some advice here." And I explained to him what was happening, and he was kind of amazed. And he says, "What do you think that means? We already have it." I says, "I don't know. The only thing we have are these testimonies that we've been videotaping." I said, "Maybe we missed something." So we went back and we checked these videos out again, ones that we'd already recorded. And lo and behold, there was this video that we had done about 6 months prior to me becoming a believer. And it was this gentleman that worked at the Space Center. He'd been coming to our meetings, and he was an abductee also, had sightings, and was also an abduction experiencer. And we had videotaped him in his home. And when we rewatched the video, we both looked at each other and go, "Do you remember this?" He goes, "No." And it's like when we sat there and listened to his story while videoing, it's like we were blinded and completely deafened to what he was saying, because it was like we were hearing it for the first time when we watched the video. And on this video, he stated that while he was having this experience, it was like a horrible, evil experience where he remembers being levitated up, and it felt like he was having a pole shoved up his rectum, and it was total fear. He cries out, because he was a believer, a new believer. Mm-hmm. And he cries out, "Jesus, Jesus, Jesus." And instantly he felt like he was thrown back in the bed, and he wakes up, and his wife wakes up beside him and says, "Why are you jumping on the bed?" And I looked at my partner and I said, "Do you understand what just happened there?" And he says, "I'm not sure." And he says, "He just stopped that experience." That was unheard of. We were told by every leading researcher that wasn't possible to stop an experience. But yet we had it on a recording, a video recording. It was a gentleman telling us that he had stopped the experience while it was happening and instantly woke up in the bed. And I looked at my partner and I said, "If this is real, this is huge." Mm-hmm. And I said, "This is something I can take back." So this is where this all started, because I went to contact a handful of those leading researchers by phone, personal phones, before we had cell phones. That means I called them at their home. And I talked to them and I shared with them this story. I said, "Guys, I got a strange story here, and I'd just like a little advice on it." And they said, "Share what you got." And I did. And I shared the story with them. And every one of them, as I shared the story, said, "Can we go off the record?" And I said, "Sure, I don't mind." I said, "I just need some advice on how to deal with this. I just like to know what I'm dealing with here, because I've never heard any you guys talk about anything like this." Well, here we are off the record, and they all said the same thing, same answers. We've come across cases like that ourselves, where people either prayed, sang a hymn, quoted scripture, and experience stopped. And I said, "But you never said that. You all stated that this could not be stopped. Why have you not stated this? And they all had the same answer. We didn't know what to make of it. But that wasn't the only answer. It's like, I don't know how you say it. It's like they weren't satisfied with that answer. I
It's
don't know.
almost like cognitive dissonance. It's like
Yeah.
you know what I've discovered, this is in all science. You see it all over the place, whether it's evolution or, you know, whatever they're talking about. I've noticed it, first of all, it depends on the grant money. That's always a big part of it. But secondly, of course, it's always money. But the second part is their worldview. If you do not have a Christian point of view, if you do not, and again, I don't know if I can't remember, did we mention this before we started or after, but if you go into an investigation and you already have your mind set on just I'm staying right here, I'm not going looking left or right, you're going to miss a whole bunch of information.
Yeah.
And I see that over and over and over again in the sciences. And I know I don't know if you know who Dr. Frank Turek is from Cross-Examine Ministries. He says science doesn't say anything, scientists say something.
Yeah.
And I think that just applies with what you're saying here.
Yeah. Well, their second answer that they all gave to follow the first one, like it wasn't enough of an answer, was we were afraid to go there because it might affect our credibility in the realm.
So instead of helping people and something that might possibly help human beings caught in a situation, they just ignored the evidence.
Yeah. Wow. So I told them, I said, guys, you know, I thank you for your time. I thank you for the, you know, for the support. I said, you've answered the question that I needed to hear, that this is a true event. You know, it's something that I know that there's more of out there. And I said, as part of my research, I'm going to take it on. I'm going to take on this piece of the UFO puzzle, and I'm going to go after it, and I'm going to document it. I got nothing to lose here. I work for a living. I don't live off books or research or anything else. I said, so I'm going to take this on. And that's what CE4 has done for the last 25 years, is we put ourselves out there that we were looking for these testimonies. And we posted it everywhere that we could possibly get our information out there, that this is the type of testimony that we were looking for, where people couldn't share this anywhere else, that they had stopped their experiences in the name and authority of Jesus Christ. Well, next thing we know, they started coming in. And we're going, this is perfect. We've got us a research. We've got us a research that we can start compiling evidence on. Well, that was all fine and dandy until that first email came that floored us. And everything changed. Because here we were, trained investigators, trained researchers, trying to compile evidence to, you know, to form a database to where we could share with the world, you know, a finding. And then this email comes in and it says, I saw your research findings. Can you help me? That's a whole nother, that's a whole nother being. Well, I had to answer it. And I said, well, looking at what we have found, I think that we have enough here to show you and you can learn from. And I think that this will also work for you. And it did. What do we now have?
You've got multiple accounts with the same name being used, ending an event.
Experiment.
Yeah.
We got repeatability.
Repeatability.
Yes.
Yep. Yes. Absolutely.
That's what you have to have for research. There's no other repeatability in the UFO community.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's called down ships a second time or sightings a second time.
Good point.
This is what scares the UFO community.
So Joe,
So,
real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt again. I don't want to forget these questions as you're going, because
oh, go ahead.
I have to. I'm absolutely astounded that you're still a member of MUFON. That they would, and you've actually climbed the the company ladder, so to speak. I don't understand with their perspective on this, and I mean, to me, it just seems these big organizations want to perpetuate this thing and keep it going, instead of, you know, like, a solution just doesn't seem like good business, as a good business model, if I can use that. I know they're the funding is MUFON funded by just like donations, or are they actually okay? Yeah. So, and is that that's a nonprofit, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Okay. So that just fascinates me that they would allow that to continue when that really doesn't line up with the rest of their research. I mean, am I on the
But
right
I'm
road?
I'm not speaking as MUFON.
Okay, so this is through CE4 rather than through their organization. But
Sure.
but the evidence stays at CE4, or do you kind of just slowly drip it into MUFON?
No, it's at CE4.
Okay.
It's welcome for them to see it.
Gotcha.
You know, here's the thing. Um, this is a question that always comes up, and I love being able to explain it. People always ask me the question, well, why are you still with MUFON? Why would you want to be with that secular organization? Let's answer that one first. Because the one thing about MUFON that's most important, I'm plugging MUFON right now, okay? And I do every time, because there's a reason for it. I learned to think properly through the training I got with MUFON to become a field investigator and to become a researcher using a scientific method. Okay? Most people today don't think properly. I don't know whether it's because of the lack of attention they give their class in public education or what. I don't know. But there's so many people that you go into these areas out there of study, and it's all about, well, I believe. Well, nobody asks you what you believe. Show me the evidence. You know, because you got to. This is about evidence. It's not about what you believe. Okay. When I MUFON, I don't talk about what I believe. I bring evidence. What you believe has nothing to do with the evidence. Okay. If the evidence gives you the answer, now you can believe. Okay. And I even have issues, that they even use a flying saucer on their emblems. I don't like that, because MUFON has no evidence for flying saucers.
Seems like programming.
It is. Well, I know why they do it. I've been told why they do it, because, the idea is to get funding for big research, to be able to use the science labs and stuff for the real research. That takes big money. Well, the people that got the money are the believers. So you want to attract the believers to spend their money on your organization. Okay, I got that. So I don't fuss about that too much. Go ahead, show an alien, show a flying saucer, if that's what it takes to get the money in. But MUFON will tell you there is no evidence for extraterrestrials.
Wow. And MUFON's been around for how long?
Since 1969.
Wow. And they say no evidence to this day on their website, or in their
to prove that there's nothing. We have nothing.
That's amazing.
We have plenty of evidence that there's a definite phenomenon that needs to be studied. But there is no evidence that this is extraterrestrial in origin.
I noticed interdimensional has become kind of the buzzword in the UFO community the last 10 years or so.
But let me finish out with MUFON.
Sure.
My work, I've had the opportunity to talk about my work with every MUFON director, except the most recent. And probably one day I will, because a lot of people are still talking about my work. I've had a love-hate relationship with MUFON since I've been with them, since I've been with CE4. Because a lot of non-believers, non-Christians in MUFON don't like that I do both. They say, well, that's a conflict of interest. Well, why is that a conflict of interest? You know, what if I was just sharing the gospel? Would that be a conflict of interest if I was still MUFON and just sharing the gospel message and nothing about aliens? How's that any different? So what are you telling me here? Yet in the Bible, in the, you know, the whole thing about becoming a member, you can be whatever you want. You can be any religion, any race, whatever. Okay? They just don't like my findings, is what it is. Mm-hmm. I've had the opportunity to talk to every one of the past international directors about my work. They haven't had a problem with it. The only problem they've had with it is they don't know how I could share it. You know what I mean? On one of their platforms. Mm-hmm. I'm working on that. Because I've done the research the right way, and they know that. This is why I promote MUFON, because you want to do proper research, they can train you to do it properly. You want to look at this phenomenon, and you want to look at it the right way, let them show you how. Because I did this the right way with them, and this is where it led me. So I do promote them. And this promoting them the whole time I've been working with this CE4 has kept me in this, you know, love-hate relationship with them.
Well, I was going to say, it's probably not a reciprocal relationship. I'm guessing they're not really promoting CE4's research at the moment.
No, they're not. But I actually, you know, I was able to, they didn't have any problem with me, you know, paying for a space in their journal to advertise my book, you know. They were all right with that.
It's good information. It's Excellent. Good research, and I imagine it can upset when you were talking. Yes, when you were talking about the rejection of the conclusions, or the rejection of the data. I thought about when I read A Purpose-Driven Life before I was a believer, and I got all the way to the point of, okay, it's time to be born again, and I put the thing down and never picked it back up. And so it's almost as if admitting to this data, it gives power to the name that has power, Jesus.
Yes.
And so it's a big step to accept that data if you're not a believer, because Exactly. It means a heck of a lot more than this is just information. This is saying that there's a lot more to this than a lot of people want to let on, I think.
Yep. You know, the first time I had really big exposure with this was I had an opportunity to speak at the Roswell 60th anniversary conference in Roswell, New Mexico, at the UFO festival. One of my partners, Guy Malone, he was the MC for the conference that year for the city, and he got me in there as a speaker. And the title of my my talk was "The Unwanted Piece of the UFO Puzzle." And
catchy.
Yes. Yeah. I had a packed house for that little room that I was in. It was standing room only. Yeah. And it came to the last day for the panel discussion, and word got around what I had done in that room. Had testimonies come up at the end, live testimonies, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And some of the more radical leading researchers were angry. So they got pretty hostile at the on that last day.
Maybe they needed to hear the name of Jesus.
Oh yeah, they did.
Cast some
But
demons out.
yeah, they did. But they tried to come up with the one, well, there's other names that work also, and I've had that thrown at me before.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, can you show me some testimonies? Can you show me some evidence? Because I bring the evidence. And how many do you need to see? Because you've yet to show me one. And they still haven't.
Man.
So, in
And
your experience with all this research, have you seen anything else that has stopped these abductions from happening? I mean, is there anything that's
well,
ended it?
Anne Druffel, bless her heart, she was a sweet old lady. I had a chance to talk at the same conference with her there in Roswell, and forgot what year it was, '07 maybe. She wrote a book. She put all these findings together. Stop alien abductions, and she'd listed these 10 things that seem to be people use to stop abductions. Everything from leaving your fan on in your room to tinfoil on your head to calling on a higher power was what she called it.
Uh-oh.
The universe.
And yeah, whatever name is up there. And she was an old Catholic lady to boot. And the one thing that I realized there is back then there were three of us that had grouped together, me, Guy Malone, and Pastor Chris Ward, the late Pastor Chris Ward. We had formed alienresistance.org, three ministries that come together. And I was puzzled by her book, that title come out, Stopping Alien Abductions. I said, Chris, are we in trouble here? Because she's, muddied the waters. She says, no, it's about terminology. Chris says to me, he says, she's just talking about ways that people stop an abduction. He says, your work, you show how people terminate the experience as a life pattern.
Big difference.
That's a big difference. And that's the difference that we were finding. A major difference.
I think Michael's internet dropped there for a second. You there, Mike?
I'm here.
Okay, yeah, you
Sorry
froze
about
up
that.
there, bud.
Yeah, everything froze up.
Well,
on
now
me,
let me move the nameplates around a little bit here. A little housekeeping, sorry.
Oh, we switched spots.
Yeah. Unless you want to be the expert. I mean, go ahead, Michael. I always hit the wrong
I'm not an
buttons
expert on this. The more that I learn, the more I know I don't know.
Yeah, I get you, man.
Yes. So what we were finding were people were finding ways that they thought they were able to stop it, temporarily. But nobody was able to stop it permanently as a life pattern. I have a good friend that's a Turkish researcher, and I talked to her, and she was really fascinated by my work, and she wanted to talk about it in relation to the Turkish mythology of the jinns, which is their demon spirits, that the name of they're called. And even with them, she says that there are ways that they can be stopped by calling on the name of Allah. But the thing is, with the jinns, it's not very often that people want to terminate the experience with them, even though she recognizes that most likely the abduction experiences are the jinns, not alien. But the thing is, most people in the Islam belief welcome them because there's a trade-off with the experience. They're given gifts, psychic gifts, psychic powers. They're able to do readings and fortunes and things like that. So that's the difference. They may trade off from being terrorized by the experience for psychic gifts. So is that a good thing? No, that's not a good thing
Not a good
either.
trade-off. No.
That's not a good trade-off. You're still under their, their spell. So there is none that come to the same as what we have found with the name and authority and relationship with Jesus Christ. No other name. Not Buddha, not Muhammad, not Krishna, not Mickey Mouse. There's nothing.
You got anything, Michael?
Well, I like that. I might be a little biased here, but I really like that. That's good news. It sounds like good news to me.
I think
it's another piece of evidence of the power of the name of Jesus. And I was listening to a guy street preach recently, and he was walking around and he was telling people, he goes, you know what? Why is it when you're hurt and you stub your toe, why do you yell Jesus? Why aren't you yelling Muhammad or Buddha or whatever? Because deep down inside, there's power in that name somehow, somewhere, even if you don't admit it. And so I see it as good news. I did have a question for you that came up earlier in my mind when you were talking about interviewing people. I'm a mental health professional by trade. That's what I do for money. And I provide counseling services and diagnostic tests and everything. And I've never counseled somebody with these experiences. But are these people able to get some kind of help? Are they able to? Are there people that are out there that maybe they specialize in helping people like this who have had these abduction experiences? Like you said, maybe they're suffering from some kind of post-traumatic stress.
Sadly, no.
That is sad.
Kind of figured the mental health community is very secularized, and so I find that we don't look at the spiritual as much as I think we should.
The thing is, I've been helping people the whole time with this, and there's a way that it's done. It's in my book and it's on my website, and it came to me years ago when I was early in the ministry. My late wife that passed a few years ago when I was in Korea. Years ago, when she was sick, she was introduced to this church up in Georgia, Pleasant Valley, Georgia. Dr. Henry W. Wright was doing a lot of healing up in this church. And the concept that the Lord had given him, and he wrote it, he did a book, Pathways to Wholeness was the book. And the Lord showed him that every illness had a spiritual root. And if he could get people to the spiritual problem that they were having, they could be healed of their illness. And in this book, she had gotten the book after going up there. And when she came back after she'd read the book, she handed me the book and she says, I think you ought to take a look at this. There's probably something in here I think you should look at that would be beneficial to your ministry. And in the book was this section that he had written called The 8 R's to Freedom. And you can go to my website and take a look at it. It's fascinating. And when you look at the 8 R's, it takes you through a process where the first R is recognize. First thing you must do is recognize what your problem is. What is the problem? Okay. If your problem is you think you've been having these experiences, okay, that's step one. First thing you got is a problem. Okay. And then it takes you through the steps. Second one is you got to do something about it. You get all the way to the last one, where the last one is you end up sharing your testimony so you help somebody else get free. Okay. And when you get to that point, that's when freedom is there. because if you don't share your testimony, you're not free. Okay, that's how that's when you've defeated the enemy. Okay, when you can turn around and share your healing so that somebody else can be free and healed. Oh yeah, you've defeated the enemy at that point, because that's the last thing he wants you to do is share your testimony. These testimonies that I share, and that's what CE4 research is about. They're the word of God is the most powerful thing in the universe.
It created the universe.
It created the universe.
Yes.
But to a believer, it means nothing. To an unbeliever, it means nothing. What does he need? Evidence that it's real. What is the evidence that the word of God is real? A testimony of a life changed by that word of God is the evidence of that word being real.
Amen. Yes.
CE4 research, I've always asked when I do my talks, how many testimonies do you need to see? Because they're still coming in. If you don't have a testimony to share with somebody, when you share the gospel, you may as well have told them about Moby Dick.
Yeah, absolutely. I've always said that's the credibility factor, and especially if you're upfront with somebody. Most of the testimonies I've ever given, I wasn't like trying to open the door and kick it down and give them the gospel. I just was doing my job or talking with them just about other stuff, and all of a sudden they mentioned God, and I'm like, okay, well maybe I can open up about my own personal testimony. And Michael knows this very well. He has Testimony Thursdays on his show, so he knows how powerful the testimony is. But it's like, I remember when I shared my testimony, it always intrigued them to ask more. You know, it was like kind of, and it's not like I was intentionally trying to bait them, you know, and throw that cast a worm out there and try to catch something. It was just, I was just giving them my own life and telling them this is what it did for me. And it did for my wife and my family. And, you know, and I felt like that was always the credibility factor, that stamp of approval that could open the door to bigger and better things, where they could actually be open to hearing the gospel, maybe for the first time, or maybe hearing it for the second or third time, but this time actually like, you know what, this guy seems legitimate. He seems real, not this plastic, you know, Christian that I've talked to in the past or something. So yeah, that makes sense to me.
You know, when I was growing up, actually grew up in a church, I remember missionaries coming from all over that would come in and talk about their travels and their experiences as a missionary in some foreign country, you know, like places that I never wanted to go in my life, you know. And I'm thinking, God, don't ever call me to go there, you know. And I'm thinking, how does one know what their mission field is going to be? But, you know, once I became a believer and God gave me this mission, I realized what our mission field is. Our mission field is our testimony. What is your testimony? What did you come from? I have a number of mission fields that I could be witnessing in, not just this UFO field. I come out of 25 years of drug and alcohol. I could just as easily be on your show right now, witnessing about being involved with drugs and alcohol and being able to help those people. I would be just as comfortable. Okay. People, listen, if you're a believer, you've come to Jesus Christ, wherever you came out of, that is your mission field. Who better can reach the people that you came from than you? Nobody else. God's not going to send you to an area that you are not familiar with. You are most familiar with where you came from. And those are the people you are best going to be able to help, which is exactly why I'm in this field that I'm in right now, because I am an experiencer. I came from this field, and what better field to be able to witness to.
Yeah, amen to that. Powerful.
Yes.
So, you know, this kind of lines up with, it does. It lines up with deliverance ministry. And I'm sure you're well aware of deliverance. I actually have a guest on. She comes on, we're going to try to have her on once a month. And she's a deliverance minister here in the Detroit area. And everything you've talked about and everything I've read in your books and saw in your videos, it lines up exactly with what she deals with and how doors are open to let these entities in, whether they're portraying, great Uncle Jim that, lived in the farmhouse and now they live there and they're talking to him, or it's some sexual thing that let it in. And to me, it's so blatant what is going on here as a Christian. But I know this, Joe, and I'm sure you know this as well. And gosh, I'm not going to throw out a percentage, but in most Christian churches, this topic would never be discussed. Never. No pastor is going to bring this up. Very few churches would talk about this subject. And what, in your experience going to around the churches and maybe doing some conferences and things like that, what is the percentage of people that come up to you and say, I've never talked to anybody about this, but I've had this experience from the Christian community, not the secular? Is it a high number, or is it, mid-range?
It's a high number.
Wow, really?
And I've thought about this on how do you reach that community, that church community. And I know how to do it. I just need some help doing it. I know how to get in there. The Lord showed me how to do it. I just got to get the right people to work with me to make it work. You go into a church and, of course they're not talking about it. The pastor's not talking about it. It's a subject that's kind of hush hush. But who's the person you need to reach in that church? I'll tell you who it is. This is who the Lord showed me. There's a person sitting on the pew that is probably single now, divorced or widowed, most likely widowed, elderly, decently financially well off, and very concerned, and probably has a extremely amount of pull in that church. And that's those grandmas that have outlived their husbands.
That's a great point. That makes so much sense.
And they are absolutely relying on everybody else to tell them the truth. And they are the ones that are truly on fire for the Lord. If you can get the message in a simple form of what this does to people and let them know after that their children, their grandchildren, their great-grandchildren, their nieces and nephews are all already involved in it, and nobody's been telling her, you'll see a movement.
Wow. That's powerful. That makes so much sense. And you said you felt like the Lord gave you that insight. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that route. That's
because she's not brilliant. Alone in that church. There's a bunch of other ones just like her.
Wow.
And she'll say, we need to do something about this.
That's interesting.
Because I've seen the churches where I've gone into, the kids are wearing the Star Wars shirts in church, all the, the Avengers shirts. This is all extraterrestrial stuff, it's all based on that same message. And nobody says a word. Those are all open doors.
Interesting.
It's kind of a segue here. I was reading about the Collins Elite, and I know there's probably not many people that know them. I had read about them a long time ago and kind of put it on the back shelf and forgot. And I was watching one of your videos and you had brought it up. And it's such an interesting, I don't know if Michael's aware of who the Collins Elite is, but they were a governmental agent. I wouldn't say an agency, but they were working within the government, and they were doing research into this phenomenon. And there was some Christians involved in it, and a couple guys became whistleblowers and went to talk to a preacher in Nebraska. His name was Ray Boucher.
He was also a MUFON state director.
Yes, and also a priest, and didn't he do exorcisms too? I believe. I think Ray was involved in exorcisms or something. Not a Catholic priest. He was an Anglican priest.
Yes.
And so they end up going to see him to discuss some spiritual matters about what they had witnessed while they were in the program, and apparently, I mean, this is where it gets a little iffy. I know Nick Redfern wrote a book. Actually, I think I got let me see here.
Final Events.
Yes, I've got it right here. This is Nick, and I'm sure a lot of people know who Nick is. He's been on History Channel and some of these Discovery Channel things. He wrote that book, Final Events. And these guys were kind of saying that there was some sacrificial lambs, so to speak. There was some human beings that might have been sacrificed so that they could open up to these, they call them non-human entities, I think they called them, right? Is that correct, Joe?
Yeah.
And they were allowing these entities to come in, but they started realizing they were asking for things, right? Like they always do. It's nothing's free with these guys. And so I found that their research, these Christians were so bothered by what they were seeing because they knew it was demonic. They knew it wasn't, extraterrestrial. It was interdimensional. And so I thought, wow, that's so fascinating that lines up. Obviously, it lines up with Joe's research and what he had seen. Have you guys ever collaborated? I mean, I don't know if you even know who the two fellows were that came out to raise, farm or church or whatever it was. But has there ever been like contact or cross research or anything like that between the two groups? Or are they just so mysterious and hidden we don't know who they are?
No, nobody knows who the Collins elite are. And they didn't meet at his church. They met separately, private.
Okay.
With Ray. I know Ray. I talk to him still. You should talk to him, see about having him.
Oh, that'd be great. I'd love to have Ray on. Yeah.
Keep in mind that, even Louis Elizondo talks about a little bit about this in some of his talks that he's done, where even his higher up made a comment about that this was demonic.
And just so the audience knows, Louis Elizondo, he was the former U.S. Army counterintelligence special agent and director of global intelligence to the STARS. And then he was also, what was the other group? ITT? ATIP. And he's kind of like the guy that kind of leaked out disclosure. I mean, he's kind of the soft disclosure guy. He brought it, I think he went on Tucker and, he's been on some other shows and things like that. And he's kind of their spearhead of kind of slowly dripping out this information to the general public, correct?
Sure.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just want the audience to know, just in case they didn't know who he was.
Yep. So we, here it is, 40 years later, we hear the same thing come out again, from a government source. Mm-hmm. So it's still being talked about, still being people recognizing it being demonic from the government side.
So this is a good time, I think, to go to the question I had earlier, but where do these people that are now, I think they call it CE5, where they're trying to call in the entities.
Sure.
What are your opinion on what's your opinion on those guys, and what, you kind of touched on it earlier about, taking your eyes off of God, it sounds like, but are these people majorly deceived? Do they know what they're doing? I don't know if you know them or if you've talked to any of these types of folks.
Oh, I have. Jeez, that's a special kind of people there. It's really nothing more than repackaged spiritism, that's been around forever. I've made some crazy memes on Facebook about it, advertising for CE5, and you don't need to pay the $5,000. Just get you a 1995 Ouija board and do the same thing.
I was gonna say a Ouija board. I was gonna say the same thing.
Right. This whole thing about freeing the mind and opening your mind up to these characters, and I asked him. I said, I don't understand this concept. I said, If I was to come to your door, you don't even know me. And I'd say, I knock on your door. I say, hey, let me in. You're going, I don't know who you are. Show me some ID. But yet you don't ask these guys. And to come into your mind, you don't ask them for any ID. You're enticed because somebody told you there's some kind of higher being. You take that for what? For what proof is that? Just because somebody told you, but yet you won't let me into your living room because you don't know me. I said, what logic is there?
Zero.
And what about your kids? You're letting them into your home? Where's the protection on your kids? They don't think about this stuff. I had the same conversation. Oh, geez. I had the same conversation with these same people about chemtrails. They want to go there. They talk about, oh man, the chemtrails were so bad over my house today. And I'm going, well, how bad were they? And I said they were just blanketing the sky. This stuff is going to kill us. And then I wait a minute and I ask him a question. I go, ma'am, how many kids do you have? And I go, well, I got three boys. Why do you put them in harm's way? Why are you living there where they're going to be killed by this stuff? Click, they're gone. They can't answer that question,
Logic and reasoning went out with, I think, 1999. I swear. When the millennium turned, it was like, I think it just all went to hell.
Changed.
Exactly.
Ridiculous.
And again, this is why I promote MUFON, because MUFON forces you to think logically, reasonably, and use the scientific method the right way. You don't jump to conclusions. That's the last thing you look at is the crazy stuff. When you've ruled every single thing out first, then you look at the other stuff. And just let me clear that up with people listening. When people come to me and say, I've had these memories of these aliens coming to me and taking me out of my room, that's not where I start with them. I go through a whole lot of background with them first. I want to know what medications they're taking. I want to know what illnesses they're dealing with. I want to know what background diagnosis they've had over the years. I want to know what kind of accidents they've been into. I want to know what kind of, relationships they're having in the home. I want to rule all those possibilities out that can lead to those kind of dreams before I get to anything that's going to be out of the norm.
I was going to ask you that very question, how the vetting process goes, because, how do we know it's just not some guy hopped up on, LSD from, his days at Woodstock or something, how do we know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And another thing about abductions that people probably don't understand is they're always a memory.
That's interesting. Yeah, can you elaborate on that?
I've had these dreams. That's how they come to me. I've been having these memories. It's always past tense. So here's what happened. How I got on the understanding of how this is not a physical experience. And this really upset a lot of my own Christian peers, researchers. Lost a lot of friends over the years.
The truth will do that.
Yeah, that and illogical thinking. Everybody thought that this experience, even Christians, that this experience was a true physical experience. I don't care whether they thought it was done by aliens if you're secular or demons if you're Christian. Well, I kept getting this feeling there's something wrong here. And then I started working with Gary Bates on his book back around 2004, Alien Intrusion. And actually,
you there, Joe? Yep, you lost you for a second. You're there. You're back.
Hello, hello.
Yep, I can hear you. You had mentioned something about alien intrusion.
Hello.
We can hear you. Obviously, he can't hear us.
All right.
Can you hear us?
I
Okay.
hear you.
Yep. You're good. You're good.
Okay.
There you are.
Yep.
Yeah.
You said something about alien intrusion, then we lost you.
Okay. Yeah. Gary Bates with Alien Intrusion. And I was helping him on his book. And I ended up in one of his chapters, I think, chapter 13, my story in there. But as we went on working with the book and then even into his revision, he started seeing this similarity between stage hypnosis and some of the testimonies. Not looking at what the hypnotherapists were doing under regression with these abductees, but looking at what stage hypnotists were doing compared to the story that the testimonies were saying. And we started looking at this really close. And he picked a guy that was pretty well known in England called Darren Brown. And we started watching a lot of his shows. And he uses not really hypnosis, but more the power of suggestion, which is fascinating when you get into the study of it, of what what can be done to it.
Magicians do it all the time.
Exactly. It's so amazing. So what I started doing was going back and re-interviewing a lot of the experiences that I'd already worked with. And I said, I want to go back and ask you a different set of questions. And when I did this, I got a whole different outcome and understanding of this experience. This is kind of a synopsis of what I was looking at here. Gino, if I was to ask you about your last birthday, you would remember pretty much everything that happened.
Well, to be honest, now, Joseph, I try to forget them.
But you remember.
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay. Now, the things you remember are the most sensational things up front.
Yes.
And then it goes downhill from there in your memories. Now, if I sit you down, not using hypnosis, but using the way I've learned to do the investigative process, not just with this, but with my safety profession too, on getting to the root cause of a situation, I can sit you down and guide you through a process of asking the right questions and get you to recall things that you probably pushed aside because you thought they weren't important, but they're there because you recorded them. You just didn't put them in the forefront of your mind because they weren't the sensational things that you wanted to remember most.
They're kind of stored in the attic, so to speak.
Yeah, stored in the attic. They're still there. They didn't go away, but they recorded everything. Now, when I went back and did this with the experiencers of their experience, there were large gaps of things missing. Now, the leading researchers, hypnotherapists that regress these people, will tell you that these large gaps were put there by the entities to not let you discover what's going on. They're like screen memories, blocks that they put in. I say bold. They're not there because you can't get them, because they're not there at all. There wasn't anything there. What I found out is that what these people were given was a visionary experience in their mind, okay? And it was like you going to a play. And if you went to that play and you looked up on the stage and it was a living room setting, the only things there for that living room setting was a couch, an end table, a lazy boy chair, maybe a thing that looks like a fireplace, you know, just enough for you to go, oh, this is a living room setting. That's all it takes, just enough sensational pieces for you to realize what you're looking at.
Makes sense.
Not everything you have in your living room. Not all the details, just the sensational things. Okay? This is how the experience is put together. They're only given enough sensational data in their mind to remember the experience, not all the details. Here's your best example. You seen The Matrix?
Yep.
All right, let's take you to The Matrix. Neo is taken aboard that submarine.
Mm-hmm.
They lay him down on that couch, recliner, bed, whatever it is. They're going to plug him in for the first time. They take him and they plug him into the back of his head. Instantly, where is he? In that white space.
White room.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. What starts showing up in the white room? Furniture.
Yeah. That's, oh man.
Mm-hmm.
And then Morpheus shows up.
Mm-hmm.
Stop right there. Where's Neo?
He's stuck in his mind, right? He's not really, he
Where's
thinks
Neo?
he thinks he's in the room, but he's not really.
Where's
He's sitting
Neo?
in that chair.
Thank
He's sitting
you.
in that recliner.
But is
Thank
he
you.
is he really sitting in the chair or not? I don't remember the movie that well. It's been so long.
He's
Well, he's in the recliner with the thing in his head. The
Oh,
jacket
okay.
Yes.
Oh,
in the
gotcha,
back of his
gotcha.
head.
Okay, yeah. So
Physically, he's
yeah,
there.
I thought you meant where he thought he was. I gotcha. Okay.
No,
Gotcha.
that's your abduction experience.
Gotcha. Man, wow, that makes sense. That's really good.
But
So
without the
That makes a
plug-in.
lot of sense.
So let me ask you something,
Yeah.
Joe. Now I know a lot of your fellow researchers that are Christian might come to different conclusions, and I'm not going to mention names.
Yeah,
Some very
they
popular ones. Supposedly they found implants in some bodies, and there's some
Not a
doctors that have.
problem.
Okay, that's what I want to kind of go down that road, because that's where I think a lot of people might get confused. And it's not to, and again, guys in the chat, this isn't to pit one research against another. We're all trying to figure out the truth. And this is Joe's research, 27 years now of doing this. And this is what he's discovered over and over and over again. There's a pattern. And just like he said, if an experiment has to be repeatable, and you're seeing a repeatable pattern over and over again. But there are some cases where there's something in somebody's body or something's moving around in them and they need it removed and they find these weird things. So what is that, Joe? I mean, is it just something that's the part I've never been able to understand, I guess. So maybe you can connect the dots.
Let me work on this one. Long time ago, I was working in a boat company and ended up getting a piece of fiberglass sliver in my finger that went in this side and was pushing on the skin on the other side. And I showed my boss and I said, "You got tweezers? I need to pull that out." He goes, "You ain't pulling that out." He goes, "Fiberglass is barbed. It'll break off and you'll be stuck in your finger. Either way."
Froze up.
Can you
hear
hear
it?
the workman?
It froze there for a second. You said something about the barbs, and then it froze on us.
Yeah, he said that if you break that off, if you pull that, it's going to break off and you're going to have it cut out. He says, "You need to just go to the doctor now." So they sent me to the workman's comp doctor. I get down there, he looks at that and he goes, "Oh, I can't fix that." He says, "I'm going to schedule you for surgery now at the hospital. They'll have to remove that straight out." I'm going, "You're kidding me, right?" He goes, "Nope." So they set up surgery for that afternoon. I had to go in. They put me under, took this thing out. I come out of surgery, bandaged up. Doctor was there that did surgery afterwards. I woke up. He says, "I'll see you in 2 weeks." I said, "All right." I come back 2 weeks later, come into his office. And first time I was in his office, I come in there and I sit down and was waiting on him to come in. And I look up on the wall and he's got this big 3 foot high by 4 foot wide board on his wall. And it's full of junk, pretty much garbage, all stuck on this board with little dates on it and initials of people's names or something. And I'm looking at this and going, why would anybody have this board of garbage on their wall, especially in an office?
Sadistic.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's like,
So when he come in there and, he says, "How you doing?" I says, "Good." He says, "Ready to take that bandage off?" And I said, "Yeah, I need to get back to work." So he takes it off and I said, "Can I ask you a question?" He goes, "Yeah." I said, "What is all that stuff on that board?" He says, things that I've removed out of people. I said, are
Wow.
you kidding me? I said, some of that stuff's pretty nasty. He says, yeah. I said, let me ask you another question. Did they all know where it came from? He says, that's a good question. He says, nobody's asked me that. And he said, I had to think about that a second. He said, I would have to tell you that probably 80% of that stuff on that board, there must have been hundreds of pieces of junk. The people never knew where it came from.
Okay, I'm going to play.
They don't know how it got in them.
I'm going to play devil's advocate. So in one particular film that I saw, and I'm sure you know which one it is, they pulled this thing out of a guy's leg, and they run a bunch of tests on it, and it seems to be transmitting some signal or something, and it has some kind of intelligence moving it around. In fact, they couldn't find it for a while. They called it was being cloaked, supposedly. And then they prayed, and the thing showed up on the X-ray machine. They removed it, and then they couldn't they figured out some kind of metals and other materials that were in it. But a couple of the things, if I remember correctly, were not supposedly of the Earth. They were from, a meteor or something. What's the story behind that?
Nobody has an answer to that story.
I mean, my contention has always been it's earthbound. Like I'm on the same page as you, but I've always wanted to get the answer to it because I know there's an explanation out there. I know there is, and it's gonna be earthly. I don't think it's gonna be some meteor that falls on.
Well, it could be. It could be a small enough piece that you could have been hit with, and you don't remember it.
Okay.
That's the thing. As kids, we pick up stuff that we don't remember. See, this is a trick that Whitley Strieber uses. First time I saw him in an opportunity at a conference to do his talk.
Was that communion with Whitley? Yeah. Okay.
He starts out his talk, with getting the people power of suggestion again. He asked them, he says, how many in here, 500 people in the audience, and he asks them, he says, how many people in here have looked at themselves and have realized they have a scar, a scoop mark, a scrape, or something that they can't remember how they got it? 80% of that auditorium raises its hand. But I just told you that doctor said the same thing, and none of those people claim to be abductees.
Yeah, that's true.
So this whole thing, this guy says he was an abductee, that's not out of the norm that he had something that he didn't know what it was. Okay? Here's the thing that we're dealing with too. If we're dealing with these spiritual entities, what is a biblical term like the old biblical term for these entities? Familiar spirits, was it not? What does that mean?
Well, they've been in generations in your family. That's how they know the mannerisms. They know the characteristics of your family. I've seen this firsthand with generational curses passed down, where it's heart problems or mental illness or different things that are. I know it's not it affects the physical part of the body, but it's actually a mental stronghold that the demon is attaching itself to cause these issues. So yeah, that makes 100%.
They also know everything about you. So if you were a little kid riding your bike and you fell down and got a scrape and got a little piece of chunk or something in you as you had that little accident on your bicycle, you don't remember it because you were just young and energetic and got up and took off. But that thing got embedded under your skin and grew over 50 years later. Who remembers that? They do.
Familiar spirit.
And they can use that to edify their process of conditioning you to that experience. They can use anything they want to make that more believable.
Wow. Joe, a bell just went off when you said that, because if those things do move within the body, who's to say it's not the entity moving it because they're undetected? Wow, that's brilliant. Wow.
So
See, now
there was a.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
You do it.
Well, there was a question earlier that I wanted to ask. Are 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 there positive experiences people have with these things? With these experiences that they have, are there positive ones or are they almost exclusively negative
Oh no,
experiences?
there's lots of positive ones, but there's a
Okay.
reason for the positive ones. They're trying to make those people their their apostles.
Okay.
Right? They're
Ally with them. Okay.
yeah, they're the
Mhm.
ones to spread their messages of their new alien gospel.
Mm.
Those are the ones
Okay.
that are hardest to bring back. This is what they do. They work as this is we use the term good cop, bad cop, but they're both cops.
Mm-hmm.
This is what you have to understand. They're better at the deception than the little nasty guys. And a lot of
Makes
times, these
sense.
people that are having the good experiences, they didn't start out good. They changed.
So
Interesting.
let me, I know this is a question that everybody's probably thinking right now. Okay, so our little friends, the Greys, um, and Michael's favorite, go ahead, Mike, you can say it. The what do they wear?
They wear
The
skin suits.
meat suits,
They
skin
wear skin.
suits. Yeah.
The gray. I have a theory that if there is a physical gray alien, that is something that they've influenced people to create for them, that they can inhabit. That's not going to fight back. That's not going to cry out to Jesus because it's just a skin suit. But this is just my speculation about this.
But I've had the same speculation over years. I just thought maybe at some point these intelligent entities are collaborating with maybe scientists, or whatever. Who knows? Like the Collins elite we're talking about. Maybe there's some kind of group within the government experimenting, and they create these humanoid beings. And because it seems like all these abductions it's a lot of sexual stuff going on. And you just wonder, like, okay, well, demons need a body. They need a host to inhabit. And if that's, and we know biblically that's true, that they can't get in a believer. They can get in our flesh and in our brain, but they can't get within the temple. But an unbeliever, they can inhabit. And so you just wonder, have you seen any evidence of these little grays, whatever you want to call them, that there is a physical presence with the Greys, and they're just some kind of hybrids that the government's involved with, or is this just all nonsense? No evidence.
No.
Okay.
My concept of the hybridization. You're going to get me in trouble.
I can imagine. I know what you're thinking because I can't imagine the community you're involved with.
Yeah.
It's a very there's a lot of opinionated persons, and there's a narrative that's been created for decades.
There has.
And to go up against that narrative is to bring fire to your home. So I get it.
Yeah.
I understand what you're up against.
I don't mind. I work for a living. Here's what happened. I'm not talking about the secular side now.
Mm-hmm.
1997, a Christian leader came out with a book where he started in with this whole idea of as in the days of Noah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try to do this without naming anybody. But this is where this whole concept started. And he used that term because he stated that this whole abduction thing and this hybridization thing sounds like the whole idea from Genesis 6:4,
Mm-hmm.
which was during the time of Noah. So he put 2 and 2 or 3 and 5 or whatever it was together and said, so we must be seeing the same thing. Well, where did he get this whole hybridization thing from? This comes from a secular researcher named David Jacobs. I will say his name.
Mm-hmm. Everybody knows David Jacobs. Yeah.
No problem saying his name. And all of his research with the hybridization comes from people's testimonies under hypnotic regression, which is, we know, is fallible, not acceptable in a court of law, and as a Christian, probably open to spiritual persuasion. But yet, this Christian researcher and author decided to back up his idea on Dr. David Jacobs' work. Interestingly. So his whole concept of Genesis 6:4, with the idea that sons of God came down and mated with these women, created an offspring called the Nephilim, were physical beings, and they're doing it again. This hybrid race was based off of flawed secular research.
I know who you're talking about. Probably he was the forefront of Christians really getting involved in this.
Yes.
He was the spearhead of it for sure.
Yes. Yeah. But my research shows that this is not physical. This is a spiritual experience. Okay? They're not creating physical hybrid beings. And mine even takes it a little farther. I really believe we're dealing with something a whole lot bigger than all of this. And I really believe we're dealing with 2 Thessalonians.
The delusion? Wow. Okay.
And if that's what we're dealing with, then this is bigger than we all want to be part of. Because what did I tell you? That anybody that gets involved with this, it takes their mind off the one true God. Well, that's the strong delusion in itself. It says it would deceive the very elect if even possible. Well, it does. It takes your eyes away from the one true God.
I was thinking about this, and I was thinking about how if all of this is spiritual and there's no non-physical, there's no physical component to it, how they would be wise as a familiar spirit to know what to use against particular people, because not everybody, I would assume not everybody may be reached in this fashion, in this abduction experience fashion, and perhaps there are other ways that they reach other people who are more susceptible to other things. I think about the generations going back hundreds of years and thinking about how perhaps they manifested in different ways to different people based on what was going on at the time, what people believed at the time, so on and so forth.
Well, they did. We know that through history. The elves and fairies and all the other different mythological things that happened. But this one is the one for now. This is the one that's leading. This is the one that will lead everybody into a new world unified religion. This is the one that everybody will come together under one belief system. It's this one that
makes
will
sense.
do that.
Makes
and
sense.
It's not just that it's going to be the abduction experience. It's this whole UFO phenomenon, because this whole UFO phenomenon is tied in with the abductions, the sightings, is tied in with the New Age, the metaphysical realm, the secular science realm. It's tied in with all of the other world isms, because they're all looking to unify together, and they're all looking for that Savior to come. Okay? Except the one that's Jesus Christ. This is the one that's going to bring it all together. This is why I believe that what we're seeing here is that strong delusion. This is the one that's going to separate. This is the one that if you don't get the people protected from this one, if we don't save the people that are being deceived by this, they're gone for good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
Because
right now,
if your faith
this
isn't
is
strong and you see this stuff, I
yeah,
would assume that it would easily turn people to this. Oh well, now we're a part of this major galactic community, the Federation, all the other stuff that goes with a lot of the New Age stuff.
you
Well,
know,
not only that, you have the Vatican a few years ago talking about how they're preparing for full disclosure and what that means to the gospel, and how
yes.
that changes the way of. I mean, you have a 1 point whatever billion Catholics on the earth, and if they're if their crown prince is telling them, hey, we're expecting this, and when it comes, we might have to change our thinking. I mean, come on, like, are you kidding me?
Yep.
That's a setup right there.
You know, I got to tell you, I've been working with another friend of mine recently. I hope to include him in my second book that I'm working on right now. He come up with a major piece that I think both of us hit on it at the same time, and I don't think he even realized the potential that was there for him to hit on this. Um, you know, 25 years ago, I saw some problems, some red flags that come up. I call them the red flags of ufology whenever I see them. And eventually you get so many of these red flags of ufology, you just know there's a real problem here, And that's kind of how I work with people. You ask, how do I witness to them? How do I bring them to the truth? You show them, you plant those seeds of doubt. When you plant enough seeds of doubt and they start to grow, that person will change on their own. The Holy Spirit will grow those seeds of doubt in them. And you don't have to beat them over the head with the Bible of truth. Just plant the doubt and it'll grow. And they will just start to break down, and the Holy Spirit will work on them to where they can open up and go, because it's the hardest thing for a human being to admit that they've been deceived. It's the most uncomfortable feeling for any human to admit they've been lied to, deceived, or cheated or whatever. It's a hard thing for a person to admit. So you've got to get past that, and it's best if they do it. If you let them do it, not you tell them. Okay, and that's kind of the way I work. Is just lay those out there so that they realize it, not you just tell them. What I saw 25 years ago was the beginning of these red flags. And one of the first ones that I saw was this whole phenomenon is racist in every aspect. Truly it is.
I'm on the edge of my seat for this one. Racism obviously being the buzzword for the last 8-10
Absolutely.
years.
I mean, and then they want to throw it back at you. Well, wait a minute. The first abducted famous couple was, a mixed couple.
That's right. Back in the 60s.
Excuse me. That was one.
What was that? What was their names? It starts
Betty
with a B.
and Barney Hill.
Betty, yeah.
That was one. Now give me 10 more. This is a white people's phenomenon.
There's that white privilege again. Amazing.
Man.
That I was puzzled by that. Why is it a white people's phenomenon?
That's interesting. That is so interesting.
Oh, it is.
Wow.
Why is it? So I tried to find out. I thought, inquisitive minds want to know. So I started asking people, black people. I said, what do you think about this UFO phenomenon, especially abductions? You mean where they take people and they do bad things to them? I don't want no part of that. And these people, they tell you how, their ancestors were oppressed, their grandparents were oppressed, and even now they're still dealing with some kind of oppression. They darn sure don't want to welcome anymore, especially from outside strange race, from other planets. Why would they? They don't want to open up to that. That's what I was getting from them.
So
They
they
don't.
maintain that barrier.
Yeah, they don't want no
Yeah.
part of that. And I thought, wow, they don't want
interesting.
any part of that. Is that what's keeping that separate? And I didn't understand what that meant. Well, here it is, 20 some years later. What are we seeing? It's changing. Got a new movie coming out. You seen the advertisements?
Mm-mm.
Nope. You have to check it out.
So, in your research, and I know it's over 700 people that you've investigated.
Yeah.
How many were actually black folks? That's amazing. That's incredible.
I came across one accidentally on Facebook where a gal was chatting on a face page, and she said if it wasn't for Joe Jordan's work, and I thought, who is this? And I went on there and commended her for supporting me, saying, mentioning me. And then I started talking to her off to the side, and come to find out this was this gal in Texas, and she was actually published. She was Christian. She actually written a fiction book. You should talk to her. She's a fascinating story. She'd written a fiction book to get people's attention. And it's on Amazon, and she's got a fascinating story. And she's black, and black husband, black kids, lives in Texas, and she's an experiencer. And fascinating story. But this is recent, and not 25 years ago. So times are changing. It's getting ready to get introduced in the social realm on, through Hollywood, more into the black community. I'm seeing it picked up more and more new age into the black community, more of the metaphysical realm being introduced into the black community, more into Hollywood. So I think you're going to start seeing a lot of change, where it's going to start probably transitioning over a lot more. That's just a little bit of forecast there.
I would have never known aliens were so racist until now. In this bizarro upside down world we live in, it makes sense. It actually makes sense.
Let me give you another one that you probably aren't aware of. Before I went to Korea 11 years ago, I listened to all the top researchers in the world when they gave their talks going, this UFO abduction phenomenon is a worldwide event. Okay, got it. And they'd always talk about cases in other countries, right? Well, I went to the other parts of the world. And I was expecting to be as busy there as it is here. Guess what? It's not. I was puzzled by that. So I started talking to my Korean friends. I go, so what do you think about this UFO phenomenon? And I got in a really abrupt, well, I don't have time for that. What? I didn't know what that meant. So I'd ask somebody else, what do you think about this UFO stuff? Oh, I don't have time for that. Well, that's odd. So finally, one of my coworkers is Korean, another safety guy I worked with. I said, can I ask you a question? He says, yeah. I said, I do this UFO stuff on the side, right? He says, yeah. I said, I keep asking people, Korean people, about it. And I always get this same strange answer. He says, what's that answer? He says, they tell me they don't have time for it. He says, that's true. What does that mean? He says, well, let me tell you. He says, we're not uneducated about it. And another friend actually went to the local library there and came back with a stack of books about 8 high of books that they use in school, high school, junior high, science books, where it had many articles about American UFO research. So they are well versed on the UFO phenomenon, but they don't see things like we do. And that's where that we don't have time for it comes in. He said that, we had a war here 70 years ago. I said, yeah, I know, that's why I'm here. He said, well, since that war, we were totally devastated country. And since that war, we've been picking up ourselves and trying to get ourselves back to greatness. I said, yeah. He said, so you've got people that are still alive from the war. They're in their 80s. They're probably still the farmers or made it to great business owners. So they're busy all the time, either surviving as farmers or running great businesses. Okay. Then you got the ones that are the middle-aged that are working all the time to support their kids to go to college to be great. And they're working all the time to pay for that. I said, okay. And he says, then you got the younger generation that are going to school full time because their parents are paying for it. And the Korean kids go to school 10 to 12, 14 hours a day, not like American kids. And they're going on to be the greatest of the great. They are a nationalized country. They are on the road to greatness. I don't know if you guys realize that, but they are focused, not like this country. They are focused to be the best, not just the best Koreans, but the best in the world. They are on their way. And that's why they don't have time for it. Okay? Now, does that mean they don't have time to look up? Not at all. That's not what that means. The greatest pastime in Korea is spending time with your family. It's another thing that's strange about the US. We don't do much of that. But they spend time with their family outside. The great pastimes in Korea is bicycling and hiking outside. They are looking up. They're not seeing anything. They're not having abductions. There's nothing to report. It's not that they're not reporting. There's nothing to report. If the ones that are doing the reporting are the ones that are watching too much American TV.
I was just going to ask you that. Is there an influence? It doesn't seem like there's an influence of Hollywood there.
There is.
There is? Okay.
There is. There's starting to be a few that do watch too much and then starting to make reports.
Okay.
Now, my job took me to Japan for 20 trips over the years, and I made friends in Japan. Now, Japan, to me, appeared to be like 30 years advanced over Korea. They had made their heyday. They were maintaining, but starting to relax. So they had a little more time on their hands, okay? By having a little more time on their hands, they could do other things, okay? They started spending more time doing what? Looking at the internet, not just with family. Guess what? Japan has more sightings and starting to have abductions too. So what do we got here? As a logical looking researcher, you got a country like Korea. They're not seeing anything. They're not looking for it, but they're out there seeing the skies, but they're not looking for it. They're not dabbling in it. They don't have reports like anybody else. One or two here and there from somebody that's got an interest in it. Japan, they got an interest in it a little bit. They're starting to have some reports here and there. They got UFO clubs here and there, somewhat. Then you got the US, which nobody wants to work. The kids don't want to go to school. Everybody's got time on their hands to dabble in whatever. And we got the most numbers than anybody in the world, along with Europe and every other modern, westernized, Christianized country. So the whole UFO phenomenon comes down to time on your hands.
Our good friend in the chat, Plant Patriot, she said, is there a MUFON organization in other parts of the world or just here? She said, I know South America seems to be a hot spot for UFO sightings.
Yeah, we've got them all over. If you go to the MUFON.com website and you look up, there's a section on there, find a chapter, you'll see all the breakdown of all the different countries that are covered. So it's not a matter of us not being present. Mm-hmm. It's a matter of, are they seeing anything? I'm still the national director of South Korea. I've got a Korean national that's in training right now that I'm probably going to turn the reins over to now that I'm back in the U.S. But in return, I'm probably going to pick up the Philippines as national director myself, along with being state section director here in Brevard County, Florida. I have a home in the Philippines also. My wife is Filipina.
I think everybody in the chat's too scared to call in, but they love what you're saying. Also, guys, I saw a few of you said you had some, maybe when you were younger, you had some sightings or you had some things that are similar. If you want to call in and throw it at Joe, we'd love to hear from you. Joe, another thing. So one of the most famous cases ever in ufology has to be the Travis Walton case. Mm-hmm. Have you ever had a chance to speak with Travis Walton one-on-one?
I have.
You have?
I have.
And how did that go?
I've heard his story many times. I've been in the same places as him quite a few times in Roswell. He goes to the UFO festival there. I had an opportunity to ask him a question that I was curious about. Personally, on his case in 2018 up in the Philly conference, a MUFON symposium. It was after listening to Louis Elizondo talk about the fascinating physics-defying capabilities of these crafts or whatever these things that the Navy's been videoing and chasing around out off of San Diego. And as I listened to him describe what they were seeing and what they were recording, it brought something back to mind about some other cases that I had been familiar with. And that was kind of a test I wanted to throw at Travis about his case, because I really studied that case a lot. And, Travis still isn't sure about what's happened there, But there was one question.
I'm sorry, how old is he now? I mean, he's got to be in his late 60s? Somewhere around there?
Yeah. I don't think he's as old as me. I think he's a little younger than me. I'm 68.
Okay.
So this one question that came up that I had to ask him, and I sat through his talk again at that conference, and I got up at the end and asked him. And I said, Travis, I got a question for you. I said, but I need to take you back during the experience to a specific time. And I said, it's you guys are in the truck and you see the light through the trees as you're going through the woods, and you get to the point to where you just before you come to the stop. Okay. I said, you there? And he goes, yeah. He's standing on the stage. I'm standing down below. And I said, you're approaching to the point to where you come to the stop. And I said, you get to the place where you stop, truck slams on the brakes, you jump out. As you head over to away from the truck, stop right there. In your mind, picture yourself at that second. Do you hear anything at all? And he says, no. No wind, no cicadas, nothing. That's what I was looking for. Because there's a phenomenon talked about in ufology, in sighting reports that you'll hear about. It was termed in 1994 by Jenny Randalls, a British ufologist, who'd come across this same thing in sighting reports. It's usually in close proximity sighting reports. And she termed it the Oz factor. And what happens is when somebody is in a very close proximity, real UAP event, not UFO, UAP event, if they're close enough inside that proximity, it's like they get caught up inside of a time distortion bubble.
Interesting.
And they always make the comment that it's like time slows down and there's no sound, whether they're in the middle of a city, whether they're in the middle of the woods where there should have been all sorts of night noise, wind, crickets, birds, everything. There's nothing. And you hear this over and over and over. Even the school kids in the Zimbabwe school incident in 1994, the same thing when those kids encountered those two beings in the schoolyard. Same thing. You know, they were right there in that same thing.
Can I, real quick, Joe, I just want to, I've been knocked unconscious a couple times, and I remember, like, there being a buzzing and then just nothing. Is that a similar thing, or is there even no buzzing before? It's just complete silence?
No, complete silence.
Okay.
That same bubble, I believe, and this is where I wanted you to bring up that question about those craft. This is what leads into it. But this confirmation about Travis Walton, this was confirmation for me that something of the supernatural had happened. Because that event, I believe, is a manifestation event.
Is that a scientific term, or is that something you've coined yourself?
No, that's a biblical term.
Okay.
I believe that he was in the presence, in the envelope of a manifestation. Now, if you listen to what the scientists are talking about and trying to describe what these objects, the Tic Tac and all these other things are doing out there around those Navy ships, the ability for these things to move at the speeds they're moving, at the turns that they're making, they would almost have to be inside of a bubble. Like a time distortion bubble.
Yeah, because the G-forces are just beyond anything material could handle, right? I mean,
if they
biological.
If they were in that same bubble, it would mean nothing to them. I believe what we're seeing there are spiritual manifestations. I believe that any of these, see, you got to keep in mind that, and even MUFON will tell you this, 98% of all reported UFO sightings are either misidentified natural phenomenon or man-made phenomenon. It's that 2% or less that puzzle everyone. And that's kind of why the term's been changed to UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomenon, because they operate a little different.
So the contention would be there's no nuts and bolts, no steel, no fabrication. This is an immaterial object manifesting. I mean, can they shine? Can they have like
Sure.
a glow? Okay. Mm-hmm.
Sure. Here, let's try and I'm working on this for the third book, because this has got to be explained, and I'm doing my best to try and find the information to explain it. When Jesus came out of the tomb, he warned him, "Do not touch me yet." Did he not?
He did.
Why?
Wow, he did say that. I never really thought about that. That's an interesting sentence. Why would he speak that?
And then later he said, "Touch me. Feel the wounds. Put your fingers in the wounds." Because his body was transitioning. The whole point, because he was able to appear into a completely closed room.
Mm-hmm. He could eat, drink,
Mm-hmm.
build a fire. They built a fire.
Appear to anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go back and look at some of the angelic appearances. The two that showed up at to visit Lot. I mean, they were pretty enticing to the people of the city, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So they were pretty convincing to look human. But we know that they were spiritual angels. So they manifested themselves to appear as human. Okay? They cannot be human. They're spiritual beings.
Mm-hmm.
They took on the appearance. So if it's that convincing that they can even sit and eat, not only did they take on the appearance of a physical body, but they also had clothes on. So they also manifested clothing. Now, what is the one connection between every material object, whether it be clothing or our physical bodies? Molecules and energy.
Mm-hmm.
Where do they exist? Everywhere.
Interesting.
So if they come into our realm, they're only utilizing what's already here. They're not creating.
Mm-hmm.
They're just using the building blocks that are already there.
Mm-hmm. So what's the difference from what's more complicated? Me or a nuts and bolts craft?
Oh, us for sure.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Second Corinthians 11 says, even the adversary can masquerade himself as an angel or messenger of light.
Correct.
So, yeah.
So let's go back to that 2 Thessalonians. We know that these angels can see. Everybody's looking for technology. Everybody says we got to uncover their technology. We got to back engineer their technology. The whole thing is none of this is technology. This whole thing is just spiritual ability of these beings. It's not technology. Only a person who doesn't believe in the spiritual, they have no words for it. So they can only call it technology. But this is these beings' natural ability to do this. This is all natural for them to be able to do what they're doing. When God says, you know, that when he come and spoke to Moses, appeared as a burning bush, how is that any different than a metallic craft?
Right.
Good point.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
And a bush that never burned out. Or a pillar of fire or whatever, a cloud that came and, you know, followed them or, you know, directed them through the desert, whatever, you know?
So they're just appearing, they're manifesting in however we perceive it. I like what you were saying earlier about the idle mind, and that, you know, the nations with more people with an idle mind are the ones that are noticing these things, because they got a little too much time on their hand, that's actually something I talk about with my clients. You know, a lot of them deal with depression, anxiety. It's 99% of the time when when they're in an idle state. They're not busy. They're not occupying their mind or their body with some kind of activity. And so I can see that. I can see how these things manifest in the physical realm, and the only explanation is technology. That
Yep.
makes sense.
Yep.
Well, and there are the angels are higher than us in intelligence and in time, so it's easy to deceive something. Like I could deceive an ant into doing whatever
Sure.
I want, you know. So it's the intelligence level, and just like they've been around since creation, it of course they're going to be more advanced or more knowledgeable than us, but it's always deception is the
Yes.
game. It's always about deceiving or tricking us.
Yes.
So I can totally see how they could, and we don't know the capabilities of what they can manifest as a material object, I equate this with the ghost stories that I did tons of research into ghost stuff, and objects would move, and all these just stupid stuff, but sometimes things would manifest objects, and you're like, well, how is that possible? But if it's all deception and it's all sleight of hand and tricks of the enemy, and we don't understand obviously the spiritual world the way they do, that's their habitation. Our habitation is in this dimension. Then how are we supposed to explain something with such more complexity than something we're living in? I mean, we think our world's complex. It pales in comparison to the spiritual realm.
Sure.
So, I mean, I guess it's like there's just no way to fully ever understand it until we're on the other side, right? I mean, we're kind of putting pieces together and putting a puzzle together, but yeah, I mean, what you're saying makes just so much sense. I mean, it's funny because that narrative we've all been told is that, it's these objects that have come from deep space and they've traveled, the hundreds of thousands of light years, and I never believed it. I always thought that was nonsense, but when you talk about portals, or you're talking about these areas that the spirit and the interdimensional beings that they're calling them are entering through, then you kind of understand time doesn't matter for these things. They're not bound by limits, and other than what God's restrained them to. But as far as for us, it's limitless. I mean, they can do whatever they want, come and go, and trick us, and yeah, it's just evil.
But what's
malevolent.
The crazy part is if this is part of the strong delusion, who's behind it?
Mm-hmm.
It's God Himself.
He said it was him. Yeah, he said he would send a strong delusion.
I mean, they're perpetrating it, but He's the one that's pulling the strings. And that has got to shake you up to the core, to understand that He's the one that's testing us.
Yeah, and I think we need to be careful that, because I know there's some Christians that would probably be like, well, God's not evil. He can't do evil. Well, that's not what we're saying.
No.
2 Thessalonians makes it very clear that He would send a strong delusion because of the unbelieving world, because of the evil that's been perpetrated upon evil. So it's not because He is evil. He's always used evil to bring good.
Sure.
To bring a harvest or, whatever it is. But that's what we have to understand as Christians.
And here's the thing too. This is exactly like I'm trying to remember the scripture, but it's exactly like what happened when they were in the desert, when they were grumbling to Moses, about not having enough food and not having enough water. But yet they did have enough food and they did have enough water. They were just grumbling, and God told Moses He's going to send the fiery snakes, and to take that one fiery snake and put it up on a pole. And the only way they'll be saved is if from the biting of the snakes is if they look to the one that's on the pole. That's exactly what we're dealing with here.
Yeah.
He's sending the fiery snakes again. And they're all looking for help. They're all looking for help, for falling for these fiery snakes that are biting them and deceiving them. And where's the help? Again, it's still on that cross. It's still on that pole. And that's exactly what my testimonies are showing. These people that have fallen for this lie, that fallen for this same deception again, that are looking for help, that same help is still on that pole. That same help is right
Yes.
there. It's the same story from the people in Exodus, in the wilderness. That was a foreshadow of what was to come at the cross. And it's still a foreshadow of what's coming now.
Yes.
It's still Jesus is the only way to get out of this. And he's right there.
Amen. Amen.
Joe, is there a testimony that stands out above the rest for you? Like, is there like a light bulb moment, or was there just a case that baffled you for a bit?
Well, one of the most powerful testimonies and cases I worked with was the late Joyce Aarons and her family. Um, Before I became a Christian, and I used to watch all the, the TV shows and everything on UFOs and abductions and everything. Back in the early '90s, on Sightings and the A&E channel, they used to run lots of shows, same shows every year would repeat. And there was a show that used to come on abductions on both of those channels that I used to watch on abductions. And I'll never forget seeing this family, mother, father, daughter, and son. And at the end, they'd always throw in the grandkids. It was something was happening to them too. Um, but it was the whole family that was affected in Missouri. And I was going, wow, a whole family just messed with by these entities. And then years went by. I'm doing my research. I never forget seeing that show. I'm working with abductees. I became a Christian. And then one Sunday night, I'll never forget it. It was the last night of X-Files. And I told my wife, I will take no calls. I am going to watch the last show ever of X-Files. Do not interrupt me. No phone calls. Well, my good friend that used to work at the Florida Today newspaper here, Billy Cox, journalist, is very well known in the UFO community. He's still writing articles. Now he's over at the Tampa St. Pete paper. And he used to write articles and include me in there because I was the MUFON guy. He had written an article that morning in the Sunday paper and happened to include in there that I lived in Port St. John. And that was enough for somebody to find my phone number. Well, this gal found my phone number because of my name and location. And I'm in halfway through the end of the X-Files, and my wife comes knocking on the door. You got a phone call? I said, no, I told you, don't interrupt me. I got to see my show. You really need to take this phone call. I thought, oh, man. So I did. And I listened to this gal for about 45 minutes of her giving me this story. She saw my name in the paper, wanted to share her story about me being, or her being an abductee. She was famous and her whole family was experiencers, and she'd been in magazines and, TV. And about 45 minutes into the call with her, I realized that she wasn't so happy, really. And I said, would you like to meet up someplace and talk some more? She said, yeah, I would. So we set a time and a place, neutral place at a restaurant locally. And we met, and I had the opportunity to listen some more. And she had left her family and in Missouri and moved to Florida to live with her sister. And I don't know what had happened. Their family had broken up or something. And she come across me, and she just wanted to continue to share her story. And well, while I had her there in that restaurant, I said, I'm not sure why you contacted me, but I need to, before we go any farther, I need to tell you what I do. And I shared with her about my testimonies. And I could see a change on her face that was just, ooh, a Christian sharing something with somebody who doesn't believe. And spirit was recognizing spirit real bad. And she was getting real irritated. And she says, after a while, I mean, I was able to get plenty of information out. And she says, I really got to go. And she just up and went. And I thought, you know what? I'm not going to see her again. About 2 weeks went by and I got a phone call. She says, I'm sorry I left so quick that day, but I've had time to think about what you had to say. And she says, I'd like that help that those people had. I said, really? I said, would you like to meet up? She says, can I come to your home? I said, you can. Well, she came to my home, gave her directions. And that day she gave her life to Christ in my living room with my wife and I present.
Hallelujah.
And Joyce Aarons became my most prominent vocal testimony with me for the next 15 years. She just passed away a few years ago. And man, I was able to see that her husband came to the truth before he passed away. And her son came to the truth. He became a believer. Both of them did. I actually had the opportunity to baptize her son in Roswell at the Holiday Inn.
Oh, wow, of all places.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, it was fascinating.
That's
experience.
amazing. Praise
The
God.
only one that didn't come around was the daughter, but I had the opportunity to give the whole talk in front of her at my church. She came to my church where her mom was also going. And I asked the pastor, can I do the talk for her? And he said, yeah. And I watched her sit and just bawl her eyes out the whole talk. And I was able to talk with her one-on-one afterwards. And, I said, you can't unhear anything I said today. And she says, I know. So she got to hear the truth, but just wasn't ready to make a decision for it. But most fascinating story. Everybody, millions and millions of people saw those shows, but millions and millions of people never got to see the rest of the story. But Gary Bates, my friend from CEO of Creation Ministries International, they put together a fascinating documentary in 2018 that aired, Alien Intrusion, Unmasking a Deception. And had the opportunity to have Joyce on the show, on the movie. Cool. And she gave her testimony. And that was right before she passed. And I know that millions and millions of people got to see that.
That's amazing. Isn't that something, that
Very cool.
what the devil meant for evil, right? And deception turns out to be all the glory goes to God. He ends up.
Oh, absolutely.
That's such he always, I love that. That's what I love about God, is that he can use the most hopeless case. I was a hopeless case. I mean, we all were, before we came to Christ. We didn't know it, but it's just amazing how that happens, that he just can transform you. And I mean, the best testimony is a testimony that you've given your life to him and it changed life. That's so amazing. I love that. Just, oh man, what an awesome story.
On my YouTube channel, if you look at the video, Unholy Communion, Casualties of a Cosmic War, you will see her and her son together at the end. They come up as living testimony. And you'll also see where I show a picture of her husband who had just passed away a picture in memory of him. But you'll see um, her and her son together come up as living testimony.
Yeah, I'm trying to get there. My computer was doing a
That's
couple
that's
weird
one of
things.
that's one of my favorite talks that I've ever done, I believe. Um, and that's actually the name of the second book I'm working on Holy Communion: Casualties of a Cosmic War.
Let's see. Testimonials. Here we go. I think
It
this is
might be under conferences.
conferences. Let me give you a. Hang on one second here. I got to get this going. My computer's acting up a little bit. Okay. So is this her right here? Oops.
This phenomenon.
Oh yeah, that's her.
That
That's
her?
her
Okay.
there.
Yeah, I do remember her testimony. I remember when I was researching, I watched this. And you said she just passed away a couple years ago?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, that's amazing. So, out of all these abduction cases, what would the percentage be of sexually something happening to a person? Because that seems to be like a recurring theme with this stuff.
It is. Predominantly these cases are women, and that this hybridization thing is quite a focal point on this. But my take on that, being that it's not a physical thing that's actually happening, but the whole concept of this hybridization thing, this whole thing of taking babies from them and and then showing them babies later and
Mm-hmm.
saying this is your child. Think about it. What's the strongest thing with a woman? It's the maternal instinct.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to control a woman, that's what you go after. It doesn't need to be real, just the idea.
Right. It reminds me of a lot of the things that what was it most recently in New York City? They put a PSA out about how to get ready for a nuclear blast, suggesting that that's something that's coming down the pike.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily useful other than to suggest or to get people to believe that this is something that's going to happen. And so I could see that manipulation coming into play with maternal instinct and
Yeah, what better way to get control of somebody than tell them that, well, guess what we're going to do with your child? We're going to
Exactly.
take it away. I mean, I'm actually doing shows with, I don't know if you remember America's Most Wanted, John Walsh. His daughter, Megan, we've been doing shows together because her children were taken from her and her parents are behind it. It's a long story, but he might not be the guy he was portrayed to be on television. Let's just put it that way. And so I've been helping her out we have a team of people that have been doing some things with her and trying to get her kids back. And I mean, that maternal desire for her kids, she can go on screen and tell you the story, but I know behind the camera what she's dealing with, the torment. And I mean, that there's that connection spiritually and physically, and that God put in a woman, and I mean in a dad too, but with a woman especially. I mean, she's carried that baby for 9 months. I mean, that's part of her.
Yep.
And I could totally see how that could be used in a malevolent way to deceive these people and to cause the woman to want to have the experience again just so she can see her baby, supposedly.
Sure.
Yeah, that's interesting. Very interesting. And so with the other abduction cases, if you had to break it down, what would be like the top 3 things that you see over and over again, of like far as like patterns and things like that? Like, is it sexual stuff would be maybe number 1, or is it something else?
Yeah, sexual is number one. There's always this medical aspect to it. Um, the idea that people talk about where they're able to pass through the walls or the ceiling. That's
Yeah, I was
something
going to
that,
ask you about that. Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
that's something that's a major red flag that you got to consider. If these are physical beings, how are they able to do that?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's because it's not. And there's so much bizarreness to the whole thing. And there's another aspect to this too, is why are no two beings look the same between experiences? Why do no two craft look the same? You know,
So do you think it's the imagination of the person while they're under this spell, so to speak, that it's just kind of like when you're in a dream state, a lot of times if you find yourself in a home and in the dream, it seems like your home, but as soon as you wake up, you're like, oh, that's not my home. Why did I think that was my home? Is it kind of like that? You're just kind of, it's the state of confusion and the subconscious when you're sleeping. Like, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
You know, it wasn't until I had this real vivid dream that just blew me away how real this could even be. It's hard to comprehend these things until you've actually experienced it. Now, I told you I've had an experience that I don't like to get into because I don't like to put the focus on me, because then the attacks become personal.
Sure.
And that's what I've tried not to do. The focus has been on these testimonies, which has been the focus. So, but there was one night I had this dream that was just so memorable, and I have to use it because it let me know how real these things can be. In the dream, I was in a movie theater with my wife. We're sitting in the chairs in the movie theater. I'm watching the movie. I mean, I was there. I was there watching this movie with her. And then something bit me on the toe. And it was like, ouch. I mean, it hurt. And instantly I woke up. And I was like, geez, that was real. It hurt. And my toe was still hurting when I woke up. I mean, that was intense, you know? And it puzzled me how it could hurt in a dream and still hurt when I woke up. I couldn't comprehend what was happening there. So I blew it off. I went back to sleep, and I'm right back in the same dream, in the same seat, watching the same movie. So, okay, sitting there, watching the same things going by, and all of a sudden, again on that toe. Again, it hurt. Again, I wake up, and I'm going, wow, that is incredible. That is so realistic. And again, I'm puzzled. How is this even possible? Finally got dozed off again, got comfortable. Right back in that same dream, back in the seat next to my wife, watching the movie. And then I look down, and the floor is just moving. And I'm like, what is this? And I look down, and this floor is just covered with these giant crabs with these arms. And they're moving up the floor, up the theater. And one of them reaches down and pinches my toe. And it hurt. And I woke up. And I jumped back with my leg. And I realized right then, gotcha. It was my cat. But you see what the mind can do?
That's amazing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, in a weird way, it's kind of like when you're dreaming, and I'm sure guys especially have had this dream where you really have to go to the bathroom in a dream, and in the dream you just can't go. You're frustrated because you can't go to the bathroom. I know this is kind of sorry, ladies, but we've all experienced it, and so you can't go. And then finally, I mean, this is so frustrating in a dream. It keeps playing over and over again, and then finally you wake up and like, oh my gosh, I got to go to the bathroom. So it's like your subconscious is telling you, hey, idiot, wake up. You need to go, train yourself. It's like, so yeah, it makes total sense. And you can see how the mind can be easily deceived, especially in a state like that.
Yes.
You're very prone to being, deceived at that state of mind. Real quick, I don't want to miss this. Someone in the chat, I think it was Plant Patriot, said, what about DMT and mushrooms and all these other things? Like, I think it's Richard Greer. Richard Gere's a whole different person. Richard Greer, is he the one that's been using ayahuasca to have all these trips? Or am I mixing him up with somebody else?
Richard Greer.
Is it Greer? Is that his name? I always forget. He's another researcher. He was on Rogan's show actually talking about.
Greer's the one that does the CE5 stuff. He does the calling in
Stephen Greer.
entities.
Stephen
Greer. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's the one that
What did I
does
say?
that.
Richard? Yeah, Stephen.
Yeah.
Stephen.
Richard Greer.
Grant
It's all the same.
Grant Cameron is one that's done the ayahuasca
Oh,
stuff.
that's who it. Yes.
Yes.
And Graham Hancock, right? Isn't he?
Graham Hancock and Grant Cameron? Yep. Those guys, yes.
Okay, and like again, that just proves your point, doesn't it? I mean, it just seems like all these. If you're using an illicit drug to get an experience, I mean, what does that tell you? You're opening up your mind to all kinds of crap in your spirit.
Yes.
It seems pretty. I don't know, easy to figure that one out.
Yep. Yeah, this seduction with the whole idea that you can come in contact with the gods, that is such a powerful seduction, and that's what this whole CE5 is about right now. And these young kids are picking up on it. They're seeing Hollywood, these Hollywood characters talk about it, that they tap in, and they're just going into this willy-nilly.
I always find it fascinating that these supposed aliens travel hundreds of millions of light years to tell us that Jesus isn't real or that he's just some prophet or just
and when I rationalized that, actually when I first heard about your research and I stumbled upon the data you had, I thought to myself, wow, well, this if they are coming from all of these places somewhere else, that means Jesus is known universe-wide, which I think his name is known universe-wide.
Yep.
But either or, I was on board. I was going, hey, there's power in the name of Jesus. Whatever these entities are, they know that name. Yep. They know the power associated with that name. And so it just points to Jesus, and I love it. That's the initial takeaway I got from when I started looking into what you were doing with these testimonies. And there's so many to read through too. It's awesome.
Yes, and there's still more that I haven't even shared yet. I still got about 100 that I haven't been able to post up yet.
Oh wow,
that's awesome.
Yeah, and they're still coming in. In case people don't realize, I'd like to share where the authority comes from, real quick. Because I'd like to back everything up with scripture. If this is something that is biblically based, and I can show it, that's important. So when I first came across this concept that somebody could use the name and authority to stop this, I said, all right, where does scripture tell me that? Where does scripture says they can stop these beings? Well, I knew Jesus had done it in the book of Mark. You saw where he was, casting demons out of the demoniacs. But I'm talking about believers doing it, and that's where I wanted to be able to say that, that we could do it. We knew the apostles could do it, but could we do it? So I said, all right, where do I go look? Well, the chapter you go look at is Ephesians. That's going to be your spiritual warfare chapter. Our book. So you go to chapter 6, that's your warfare chapter. So let's look at it in context. So verse 12 tells you who you're warring against, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, and spiritual wickedness in the heavenly places. So we know we're dealing with spiritual beings, not flesh and blood. So that tells us right there, these are not physical beings. Okay, so how do we deal with them? So we go to, I'm glad you put it up. So you look at the one sermon that we've all probably heard many times, which is put on the armor of God. Okay. But the problem that I came across with putting on the armor of God is usually it stops at verse 17, where it says, and take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. And usually that's where it stops. So it gets you all dressed up in all of this armor for what purpose? Defending yourself from the wiles of the enemy, correct?
Correct.
Defending yourself from the wiles of the enemy. You ever play football?
Oh yeah.
Defense or offense?
I played offense. Well, I played both, but mostly offense, receiver.
Okay. When you're on defense, kind of hard to score, isn't it?
Yeah, very difficult.
Okay. So it's kind of hard to win a game if you're only playing defense.
Right.
But yet, these testimonies I have won the game. They played offense.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the offensive move? It's obviously not ending in verse 17.
No.
So I had to read on because most church sermons end in verse 17. And I thought, why?
That's so true. That's so true.
So I read on. And then you get to verse 18, praying at all times, in the Spirit with all prayer and supplication, blah, blah, blah. And then I got to this one, verse 19. And also for me, that words may be given to me in opening my mouth boldly. What does that mean? That words may be given to me. By who?
The Spirit, Holy Spirit.
By the Holy Spirit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
To me in opening my mouth boldly. What does that mean? That means you're going to think in your head? No.
No.
That means you're going to shout out loud.
Yes.
To who? What's the context? To the enemy.
To the enemy, yeah.
Why do you have to shout out loud to the enemy?
Because he can't read your mind.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually experienced this firsthand, Joe. In fact, I've taught this right here on the channel. Sorry to interrupt, but oops, hit the wrong button, sorry. I've actually talked about this extensively, that I used to deal with anxiousness quite a bit. Mm-hmm. And no one would have known it on the outside. It was all internal. And I mean, it would cause all kinds of physical problems. My arm would tingle. My chest would hurt all the time. I had tightness in my chest, almost like a heart attack. And this went on for like a decade. And it was a lot of stress and other things going on in my life. And one day I realized, I'm like, wait a minute. I just felt like the Spirit told me, tell it to leave. And I said, wait a minute, I have authority over this stuff. Mm-hmm. And I literally told that thing to leave, and I felt it leave. I felt the presence. I felt the weight of it come off of me. And it's tried to return a couple times. I told it, get lost. And I mean, I have perfect peace now. Like I still get stressed out about things, and I got to worry, I got to protect myself against those things. But that's exactly the same thing that you're talking about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The most powerful weapon in the universe is sitting in the hands of the believer. None of this so-called appearance of technology means anything.
Mm-hmm.
The world thinks it does. They're trying to portray it as a threat to humanity.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And unless we can show the rest of the believers in this world that aren't listening that we have authority over this, and this is the deception that we have authority over through Jesus mm-hmm. Christ. This is the greatest, I believe that right now, this is the greatest opportunity for the church to witness to humanity, a lost humanity, because we're all on the same page. Mm-hmm. We're all talking about the same thing, just in a different language. They're talking about interdimensionals. We're talking about spiritual beings. Mm-hmm. It's just a different language, but it's the same thing. If we can empower the church to get on board, they have the best opportunity in the human history to witness to a lost world.
Yeah, so true. Very true.
Yeah, we're so connected now to the ability to, that's why I do the testimonies on Thursdays, is because they're there. They're on the internet now. They're somewhere. Somebody may stumble upon one, and it might plant that seed of faith that they need. It's very important that we continue to share the gospel. At the end of the day, that's really what's important. Everything else is stuff that's going to be revealed to us in time.
Yeah,
we'll know, eventually. But that's why I like your research so much, because to me, it's the evidence of the power of the God that we serve. And his name, and it's awesome. It really is awesome.
I've had people over the years ask me, does this work? Does this name work for a non-believer? Yeah, but you'll be a believer afterwards.
Exactly.
Well, what's funny? You see that in the Gospels.
Yeah.
Because remember, the disciples came back and they said, "These guys are casting out demons in your name." And he says, "What business of you if they're of the kingdom and they're casting out demons, whether they're of us or not of us?" It just shows you that it's. And again, I've stressed this before. The name Jesus was a very common name. Okay, it's not like it's not Jesus is where the power is. It's who he is.
Yes.
Right. So we understand that, but I know some Christians think, well, it's just that name, and well, if that was true, it would be the name for anybody that had that name in the New and Old Testament, especially in the New Testament. So, but we understand there's a title, right? We understand the authority comes from him. The Roman soldier recognized that authority.
Yes.
Remember with that account when the Roman soldier said, you don't even have to go under my roof. Just tell my servant to be healed, and I know he'll be healed. I recognize that authority. So I've always, in authority, this, Joe, the name it and claim it crowd and all these other things, they've diluted the truth of what authority is and made it into kind of a clown show sometimes. And it's a shame because we do have authority as believers, but the devil has creeped in the church and hidden it behind some of these false doctrines. And that's where the real struggle is as someone that as guys that understand this. It's hard to convey a message because people have been damaged by bad teaching. But when you've seen it, you've seen it over 600-700 times now, and it works every time. There's something to this, folks. This is real. Joe, an anecdotal story is I was watching, I don't know, it's Ghost Hunters or one of those shows when I was doing my research. I told Michael this before, and it was kind of funny. I'm watching the show, and then they saw something, they had infrared lights on or cameras on or something, and they spotted something like crawling around on the floor. It was really weird looking, some spiritual thing. And they didn't notice it while they were filming, but later on, one of the guys felt something. He felt like cold or something. And he yelled out the name of Jesus, kind of like a curse word more than anything. And all of a sudden the thing disappears on the camera. Now they didn't know that at the time. So at the end of the show, they're reviewing their tapes and they're going through it. And the guy, the head investigator, he says, I'll never forget this. He says, we were watching film and playing it back, and we noticed when Jay said the name, he said some
religious jargon.
Religious jargon. That's what some
Yeah.
religious jargon. The entity disappeared, and I'm like, "Are you kidding me? Come on, guys! Like, it's just so obvious. Like, oh man!" So there's a perfect example of someone using the name and not even meaning to, and it still scared the thing.
Well,
even
like
the demons tremble, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Yeah, and you were talking about the name it and claim it, and the prosperity preaching, and all of that stuff. It seems to me that also goes along with the. It's almost like an elimination of the spiritual. Oh, can you hear me?
Joe,
Yeah.
No, Joe's going to take a break for a second here, guys.
Oh,
He'll be
okay.
back. Go ahead,
Okay.
Michael. Go ahead.
But it seems like it kind of goes hand in hand with the elimination of the spiritual. It's almost like, well, we pray to God and we acknowledge God exists, but everything else, the angels and demonic possession and all of that, that's just, it's just something they wrote about in the past when they were writing, the books of the Bible. It's not real. It's not something we struggle or deal with today. And it's just odd to me, that we have those, I guess, they're cultural Christians, the I'm Christian by birth or by blood, or I was born in America.
Our favorite ones. Yeah.
Yes.
What's weird though, Michael, that's actually more common. I have a Muslim friend, and he tells me all the time, he's like, I don't know if I'm really Muslim. It's because my parents were, and our culture. And same thing in the Hindu community. When I worked in all these Hindu homes, it was the same thing. Most of them didn't believe it. They were just, well, yeah, we celebrate because that's what we are. So
Yeah.
it's guilty by association.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it is
That's
cultural.
what I think. A lot of the folks that go to some of these self-help type places, these self-help Sunday clubs, I guess you can call them, the self-help groups. A lot of them, that's why, you know, they just continue to go, because they get that little boost every week or whatever it is. But it's interesting, you know, when he was talking about people not accepting the data because they can't accept what that means, the depth of it, you know, accepting that people who profess Christ can end these abduction experiences is also accepting that there is truth
Yep.
to who Jesus is. And that's a hard pill for people to swallow. I know, like, that's why I put it, I compared it to reading when I read The Purpose Driven Life. I had that Bible, I was on the ship, I was deployed. I'd look in that Bible, I'd go, okay, I'm feeling lonely. I'd go to the scripture that I'm supposed to go to when I feel lonely. Means nothing to me. It was like reading gibberish.
Yep. Yeah.
And then I read The Purpose Driven Life, get to the point where they're like, all right, it's time to accept Christ. I'm like, nah, I'm good. And I put it down and never picked it back up. And it wasn't until the next year that I accepted Christ as my Lord and Savior. But that's why it's amazing to me that our cognitive dissonance will prevent us from accepting the reality of things, even if it's presented to a lot of us in person. Doubting Thomas.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%. Our good friend Kiwi in the chat said she must be behind because she said Richard Gere was in Pretty Woman.
Oh yeah. Richard Gere.
Oh gosh. So I don't know, guys, if you've noticed, we have a cryon at the bottom here. Is that what they call them? Crayons, whatever. I always call it a crawler. The thing at the bottom scrolling has all of Joe's contact information and websites and things. And I'll also drop it in all the descriptions once these upload. And then you'll have all that if you want to go to his website or contact him by email. Fascinating. This is so... Joe, could you have more time, or do you want to?
I got time.
Okay, because I could talk about this forever. It's just so fascinating, and you know what really struck me was that I never thought about it, and it made so much sense when I brought up, you know, when they find something in someone's body and it's moving. I never thought, well, of course the demon could move it. Like, it's not hard for them to move something in a body. That's makes so much sense, and it never struck me before until just then when you were talking about it. So yeah, thank you for that.
You got to remember, it's whatever it takes to make you believe.
Right. You know, if they presented themselves as demons, then more people would believe in God. They'd be looking, go,
True.
Okay, I mean, there's this guy flying around with horns in a pitchfork, you know, like, I mean, you know, I know that's probably not how they look, but you know, there's this guy doing this and we see it and it's clear that to me would be pointing to God and that we don't want to interact with these things. But when they make themselves beings of light that are going to come and ascend humanity to the next level, it's a hopeful, I guess, message for this life, you know, for people who don't necessarily understand that we have an eternal life, an eternal soul.
True.
And one of two places to be when we get there.
You know, it's what's also funny about these so-called abduction cases is how the person is always so important. And I shouldn't say always, but a lot of the time. Oh, you are, you know, meant for humanity at this moment in time, and we're going to bring messages through you to the humanity, and you know, it's just all this gobbledygook from New Age type junk. And you know what else I find incredibly fascinating, Joe, is that back in, let's go back to the early 1800s. How come there was no alien abductions back then, or in the 1700s, or 1600s, or 1500s? It just seems to be in our culture today when sci-fi was kind of invented, so to speak.
Yes.
I mean, that's strange to me. And I say that sarcastically, sorry.
And something else that's changed too, if you follow the history of ufology, is look at the contactees of the 50s, late 50s. You know, the stories that they were telling when they were having so-called contact with these beings, they were from the local planets in our solar system. But once we were starting to get craft out there to those planets, you know, different craft being sent out, all of a sudden there's no more contact with beings from other planets. All of a sudden now they're from star systems.
What a great
You know?
point. That is such
You
a
know?
great point. Oh, yeah, it was Mars, it was Venus, it was,
Yeah.
you know, yeah, and all of a sudden, well, wait, we got to go farther than that.
Yep.
Now, and of course it's light years or hundreds of light years because
of
we'll
course.
never go that far. So, yeah.
You
It's
know,
such a deception.
people always throw in that question, you know, how could the universe be so vast? How can you think there's nothing in it when it's so huge? You know, I got to share a little testimony about that. You know, I worked at the Kennedy Space Center before I went over to Korea, and I was there before the shuttle program. You know, right at the end when the shuttle program died is when I went to Korea. I figured I'd go and do a 5-year plan over there and wait for private industry to catch up and come back. 5 years turned into 11. Now I'm back. But before I left, NASA had come out with a movie that they had produced during the shuttle program called Hubble 3D. And it was about 45 minutes long. I think you can find it on YouTube now. But it was a 3D IMAX movie that they had made using their super cameras, their IMAX cameras that they had taken in space on a shuttle mission to repair the Hubble telescope with its new lenses. And they showed the whole mission where the astronauts
I saw that
spacewalk. Did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Well, this was when it first came out. It wasn't shown to the public yet. We have the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Center right outside the edge of the Kennedy Space Center. That's where all the public comes to see everything. And they have an IMAX theater. So NASA said that they would let every employee on the Kennedy Space Center on company time go see the IMAX movie for free. You're talking 15,000 people. So it all got scheduled to where we all got to go see the movie. And there were 5 of us on our safety crew, so we had to split it up. We couldn't go together. So when it came my time, I went. And I sat up there in that theater, you know, didn't know anybody I was sitting next to. So I'm sitting there in the dark, and I watched this beautiful, beautiful 3D IMAX movie. It was awesome. And, you know, they did the first part about fixing the lens, and then they took that trip out into space, right?
Mm-hmm.
With the view of the new Hubble lenses. And they take you out as far as they could see, and then it comes back. Oh man, the Lord laid it on my heart exactly why that universe is so big. I walked out of there bawling. He had given me the reason why it was so big in that moment. I mean, that was worth my whole experience working at the Space Center to get that answer. And it was in his foreknowledge, God knew that we would eventually have the ability to build telescopes great enough to see that far out there, that he had to make it so big that we would forever be in awe of him and never see the end.
Well, one of my favorite views from Hubble was when they zoomed in on what looked like just a star. Remember that? And it turns out to be like tens of thousands of galaxies. And just this little dot of it's so awe-inspiring. You know, one of my favorite arguments is from a lot of agnostics mostly, some atheists, and even some believers I've heard. It's just like, well, how can we be so arrogant that we're the only ones in all of the universe? And I'm like, this is not a hard question. Like, if God chose to just have one race of beings, other than, you know, not including the angels and things, to rule on a planet in this monster universe, that's up to him to decide. Why is that so arrogant? It's to declare his glory. That's what the Bible tells us. Psalms tells us that.
Here, remember, everything is a counterfeit that the enemy's doing. And I put it this way too. Look at what the UFO phenomenon does to you if you believe it. It makes you believe that you're just a tiny nothing on a planet, a huge rock in space, with a bunch of other nothings walking around, biological beings that mean nothing because there's billions of us on this rock, on this solar system, in a galaxy that could be full of many others, in a universe with billions of others.
Right.
So you're getting small. Your importance is getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, right? So you're nothing in this UFO realm phenomenon. You're meaningless. But in God's book, you're everything.
That's right.
You're the center of His creation. You're the center of His world. You. Which one do you want to be?
It's like being an only child with God.
Yeah. I mean, which one do you want to be? It's crazy.
It is. Michael needs to leave. So you want to say, you want any last questions before you go, or got any words of wisdom for us?
No, I'm just starting to get a headache, so I gotta.
No, not another one.
I'm gonna turn the screen off.
Okay.
But no, I just wanted to say thank you, Joe, for coming on. It's been a pleasure having you. I'd love to hear more from you and ask you more questions in the future.
Sure.
I had questions, and then they changed, and then some of them you answered, just in talking. And so, it'll be it would be a pleasure to continue the conversation in the future sometime. Man, I did have a question too, and I don't know.
Michael gets these migraines every now and then, and we're just hopefully it doesn't happen. It happened a couple weeks ago, man. But I'll be praying for you.
Yeah, I just have the big lights shining in my face and the screen and everything. So but yeah, I'm gonna take off. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow at 5 p.m. Central.
Oh, so, back in the saddle. Good.
Yeah. So starting again next week. So folks who do follow, come and check it out. I'm gonna be starting some new times and things. But anywho,
what time was it tomorrow?
5 p.m. Central.
5 Central. Okay, so 6. Okay, it was 4 before. Now, it was 4 Eastern. So,
yeah, it was 3, but I've moved it up a couple of hours just so I can see more patients during the day.
Yep, gotcha, man. Well, all right, Michael, appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, I'll see you all soon, and God bless.
Yep, you too. Take care.
Thanks, Mike.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
On some of the questions that believers might ask about if they're questioning that there might be other life out there, go look at if they believe God's word for what it says, go into Revelation and look who's there at the end. There's only descendants of Adam from earth.
It's true.
Nobody else but the hosts of heaven and descendants from Adam. And they only come from earth.
That's right. And, I guess if I'm looking at it, if I'm putting an agnostic's shoes on, so to speak, I can see where they would say, well, that's arrogant. Christians are arrogant because they don't have a starting point like we do. Joe, we look at God and He is the starting point, obviously, for us. But for them, they don't have a starting point because they're the center of their own universe. So it's just going to be a misconstrued stew of ideas that they're putting in their brain and letting it swirl around. And then they've got, obviously they got demonic influences coming from media and all these other sources. And it's just, there's an empathy I have for them because I'm just thinking, wow, you're just missing so much. Like you're just missing out on it. Like, this world, it's a short life we have here. I mean, if God gives me 100 years, great. I mean, if I'm healthy, if the Lord comes today, awesome. Like I'm ready to go, but I think our job as Christians in this world is to reach those type of people, right? We're reaching out to the lost because they just don't have direction.
No,
they don't know. They don't know true north. They only know what their brain's telling them. And we all know that's mush and it lies to us all the time.
I used to be one of them.
Yeah. Well, we all were, before we came to
Yeah.
Christ. Yeah. Yeah. And isn't it funny when you look back on your life and you look back and you say, how did I ever not know him before? Like, it just seems so obvious. My wife said it the best. She said when she first came to Christ, she's like, it's so weird. It was like he was standing right in front of me all the time. And I just
Yeah.
kept looking around him, like, yeah, it's just that spiritual blinder, the veil comes off and it's like, wow, it's a new world. The colors look different. The flowers look different. Everything smells better. Like, it's amazing. I wanted to ask you another question. I should have asked this earlier and I kind of forgot, but so your colleagues, your peers in the industry here, what about like guys like Richard Dolan and Nick Pope? I mean, do you have good conversations with them? Are they open to this, or are they just like, no, you're crazy? And I mean, I have my suspicions, but
Richard, I've known for a long time.
I mean, they're intelligent guys, obviously. It's not.
They are.
Yeah.
They are. But there's a lot of ego there.
That kind of comes.
I'll never forget. I'll never forget. I had the opportunity after the 60th anniversary in 2006. 2007 was the 60th anniversary of the Roswell crash. That was the 60th anniversary conference in Roswell, New Mexico, UFO Festival, the July 4th weekend. That's the one my partner, Guy Malone, did. He emceed that one and directed that one for the city. Well, the last day of the conference, we were all breaking down everything, and we were talking to the city council members that were there, and I said, so what's going on next year? And everybody, they were burnt out from the conference, and we don't even want to talk about next year, and I just up and said, well, if nobody's interested, I'd be willing to put it on for you guys. And they're like, what? You're from Florida. And I said, yep, but I think my two partners right here that live there, not Guy, but this other couple, wouldn't mind helping me. And they both nodded their heads. So the city said, when you get home, get a hold of us. And I ended up putting on the 2008 Roswell UFO conference for the city of Roswell. And Richard I made sure that he was on the lineup. Him and his wife at the time, Karen, I had her speak too. And got to be pretty good friends with both of them at that time. Well, the next year, the 2009 conference, we had one of our Christian conferences then. And we all had tables set up in the vendor area. And at our table, I had these posters made up that my son had put together. He was with me. He did a lot of our video and for us at our conferences. And he had designed a poster, a wanted poster, old Western style wanted poster. And it was that picture you showed in the beginning with me standing there with my arms crossed.
Yep.
And he took a pencil sketch of it.
This one right here.
Yeah. He did like a pencil sketch of it and took it out, and put it into like an off-colored, tannish colored paper, and made it look like an old Western wanted poster. And we put it out there and on the table. And I'll never forget, here comes Richard Dolan and a couple of the other guys walking through the vendor area. I went, oh no. And my son was there and he says, what? And I said, here comes Richard, watch this. And Richard sees the poster and he goes over and he looks at it and he's leaning over, looking at it. And I'm just waiting to hear something. And Richard looks over at me like this and he's going, we don't hate you. And I'm laughing. He goes, we just don't like your findings. because my son had put on there the most hated man in ufology, you know.
I can't imagine. Like, you go right into the lion's den. That's what I have
Oh
always.
yeah,
That's what I've always admired about you, is that I thought
you know,
these guys, they look, if the narrative gets exposed, which is exactly what you're doing, their careers go bye-bye. I mean, it's pretty much over in a day. I mean, like, it's I get where they're coming from. Like, there has to be like a fear factor that they're
but they don't
thinking,
believe it'll happen.
yeah.
You know, they've always got you think that, you asked a question in the beginning about, people still get ridiculed for it. Well, in their realm, it's the Christian that gets ridiculed,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's all about perspective.
Yeah.
I should have, since we're talking about Roswell, so 1947, the most famous incident in ufology history. What's your take? Now, supposedly they find aircraft, they find these UFOs, these saucer shaped things. Then some people say they found some beings, some pilots or something inside these things. Is this just a bunch of make believe, or is there some kind of military thing behind this that we're being duped into believing it was aliens? Because you had mentioned there's no physical thing to this. It's all material. It's all, or immaterial. I'm sorry, spiritual.
It is. I think it's the great American myth. I think that there's a lot that was. We know that something happened
Mm-hmm.
on that date. We know that wreckage, something material was brought in by the farmer. I mean, that's all documented. What it was, everything seems to point to.
A weather balloon?
Yeah, not a weather balloon. It's a mogul balloon.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And it pretty much fits everything, you know.
So you really think it was some kind of balloon, not an actual like aircraft type thing?
No.
Okay, that's interesting. I've never heard that angle.
Yeah, no. I think it's most likely was the one of the mogul balloons.
Okay,
The thing is, it was secret at the time. It was super secret. They couldn't let that out. They couldn't let the enemy know that the Soviets know that we had that capability.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way that we could have let them know. They had to cover that up. They had to.
So why wouldn't they, if you think about it, if it is to try to cover it up and prevent our enemies from getting information, why wouldn't they have just went with the flying saucer thing? I mean, that would have been like a better cover up than going back and, because there was a lot of varying testimony, right? The papers were saying different things, and there was different photographs, and then there's blurred out pictures, and and so supposedly they have metal that goes back and shape.
On. None of that. Remember, none of that happened until 1975, 74, 75.
Okay, so the original papers from 1947, they stuck with the story. That famous picture of, I forgot was it a captain or sergeant or something? He's holding the weather balloon. So that story was pretty much the narrative back then until the 70s?
Well, they had to change it because the colonel came out and said it was they uncovered a flying disc.
Mm-hmm.
And then they had to change that real quick because that was way too bizarre. So they ended up using the weather balloon.
Now I'm sure you've been to the site many times while you're there in Roswell.
That's now you want to get into some good stuff. Stanton Friedman was probably your best guy on all of this. I used to talk to Stanton. He was such a character.
He would.
I never. For,
Let's talk about Stan, because maybe people don't know who he is. I've read his stuff. I used to watch his stuff. I thought he was just a brilliant guy.
he was.
But now, obviously, he would be on the other side of the aisle as far as this stuff goes, thinking that it was more material and.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing about the crash sites, though. 2005, I'm with some guys, and David Flynn, and who's passed away.
Brilliant,
brother,
brilliant guy.
Yeah. And Mark, his brother, twin brother. And we're all headed out to the desert. To this location that his research led him to. You familiar with that word?
I am. Mm-hmm.
Well, we went there. I got the video.
Cool.
On my YouTube channel.
Oh, it is? I didn't see that. How did I miss that?
Yeah, I'll send you the link.
Okay.
You gotta watch it. So we went to that location with GPSs and everything. We got as far as we could drive. It's on the northwest side of town. I think that's where we were, northwest. And it's not where the other so-called crash sites are. But before we went, we were staying at the Sallyport Hotel, and we'd gone in for breakfast before we left. And as we were leaving, Stanton was sitting there by himself having breakfast. And as I said good morning to him, how you doing? And he said, good. And he said, what are you guys up to? And I said, oh, we're heading out to a crash site. And he looks at me and he goes, nobody really knows where the crash site's at.
From Stanton Free. Wow, that's something.
Yeah. I said, yeah, I know. But we're just going where, snooping around. So,
wow.
Yeah, I didn't want to get into it about David stuff. But we went as far as we could get with the cars. And we come to barbed wire fence. So we ended up climbing over the barbed wire fence. And walked about 45 minutes in the 114 degree desert heat, and got to this location that the GPS has confirmed. But it's an interesting story because twice on the way out there, the two GPSs went blank.
Mm.
How's that possible?
Sounds like Skinwalker Ranch.
Yeah. So we get out there to that location, and we actually claimed the territory for Christ, and we did communion and
cool.
Blew the shofar and all that stuff. And David does a talk about it. It's on my video.
I'm going to have to watch that. I didn't see that.
Yeah, I'll send you the link. It was pretty good. Now, what my feeling was about that, if you look at on the map, if you look on the map, the location where that actually was, mm-hmm. in relation to the stories, it's quite interesting. And I just had this gut feeling about it, and I have no idea, but I told the guy I was with, I said, I just got this feeling that this was a spiritual event. I said, whatever happened here, this location is where they came through.
David Flynn, when I was watching the video, he goes through all the math.
Yes.
And I've been watching Skinwalker Ranch. Not that I believe it's any of the UFO garbage, but it's interesting that they keep coming up with a 1.6 hertz. Is it gigahertz? I forgot what they call it. But this keeps resonating at certain points, and then all of a sudden these things show up. And he mentioned 1.6 in several of his calculations. And I thought, obviously that's not a coincidence. I mean, there's something to that. Do you know anything about that? David Flynn's numbers and all the mathematics behind this? I mean, is it opening up? Like, I know Aleister Crowley and the jet propulsion guy. Oh my gosh, what's his name? They were trying to open up these portals, they were calling them, right? And these demons were coming through, and of course they looked like grays when they came through. So you see this. Are you familiar with Aleister Crowley's work? Okay, yeah. So I just find that fascinating that you see the same cycles, right? It doesn't matter what they're trying to do, but it's the same demonic things. It's just like you said with a Ouija board.
Right.
Just go back to the 60s, buy a Ouija board, and you can do the same thing. And you get the same results, But I find that fascinating that how is it possible that your peers don't see that? Like they have to at some point say, okay, yeah, I do see a connection with this stuff. But they don't. They willingly go blindfold and say, la 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 la, I don't hear you, I don't see you. It's just
that 2008 conference that I did in Roswell, the the two primary talks that I did at the very end, not I did, but that I had, was David Flynn. He did two talks.
Man, he had to blow their minds.
He did, and they were so upset.
Oh man,
they were so upset. And and I own all those talks to that, and I've got those up there. They're up there on my website too. The on the YouTube channel.
I watched that. Yeah, I've seen that a couple times. Yeah. You guys, obviously the links are here at the bottom, and I'll put them in the description again in case someone's joining us. Just there's a couple new guys in here. You got to go to his website, subscribe, and you will not be disappointed. Trust me. If you've looked into the UFO phenomenon and you haven't seen Joe's work, then it's not complete. This shuts the door on it. I mean, in my opinion, and I. From a Christian point of view, this is 10 years ago, 12 years ago, whatever it was, when I was researching all this stuff, and I put a lot of time in. I was watching everything, reading everything. I can tell you, this was the nail in the coffin. When I came to CE4 and realized, oh my gosh, it is demonic. This has nothing to do with little gray men and Martians and all this nonsense they've been telling us for decades. And supposedly hiding from us, and keeping us in the dark with this stuff. It's all demonic. That's what it is. It's very, very simple conclusion. Yep. And the people the people in the industry, Joe's peers and his colleagues, they willingly close their eyes to it. They can't deny it. If they truly go by the science, like you said earlier, how do you prove a science equation? It's got to be repeatable. An experiment has to be repeatable. If it's not repeatable, you throw it out. And you've repeated it like, I don't know, 700 times or whatever. Like come on, that's not a coincidence. It's just funny. I had a couple questions here for you, Joe, from the chat. Everybody's scared to call in for some reason. I wish someone would call in, but one was about Rendlesham Forest. Have you looked into that at all? Am I pronouncing it right? Is it Rendlesham?
Yeah, Rendlesham Forest. That's the one in England. Colonel Holt. That's an interesting one. I wish I could get more information about that one. I actually had the opportunity to talk with him. He was supposed to come talk there on base there in Korea when I was there, but it didn't work out. He was supposed to come over for a vacation. His wife is Korean, and it never linked up. I still hope I get a chance to talk with him sometime. I know people have written books about Rendlesham Forest event, but he was the colonel there. Mm-hmm. And I really would like to talk to him instead of the researchers that are trying to make money off the book.
This was the event that happened on Christmas, correct? It was like Christmas Eve or something like that?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they had something that they said it came down in the woods there. It's a fascinating story. I just don't have enough information to make a decision on what happened there.
Mm-hmm. If I remember correctly, this thing lands in the forest, and then they actually see some inscriptions on the side of this supposed craft. Yep. And then there was some weird events that followed. I mean, I think a nuclear plant was shut down or something. And and then the other question was our good friend Two Rivers, and I'm going to have to go back and find it. He had mentioned back in the 60s, there was the, hang on, let me find it. My chat keeps moving. I got to pause it here. He said, ask him about the Air Force flying saucer experiments back in the 60s. I'm not sure if I understand that totally Two Rivers. If I'm correct me if I'm wrong, Two Rivers, but I think you're talking about when they were doing all the reverse engineering. Now that I do remember Bob Lazar's case of Area 51, and supposedly he had seen these craft and they were trying to reverse engineer. Have you ever had a chance to talk to Bob Lazar personally?
Not talked to him, but I've followed his work for the past 20 years. Here's the problem with that one. There's a whole lot of truth there.
Mm-hmm.
Let me give you, I'm trying to give you the best example. I used to do a lot of talks for church youth groups, and I was trying to get them to understand how disinformation can make a mess of things. And my son helped me out with this, because he was a youth at the time, and I was trying to get him to say, I need a visual to try to get them to understand what I'm talking about here. So I would take a bottle of water, and one that hadn't been opened, and a nice tall glass, clear glass, and I would say, this is truth. And I would pop the top, and they would hear me know that it was unopened bottle of fresh water, and I'd pour it in the glass. And my son had taken this old iodine bottle with the eyedropper, the brown bottle with the eyedropper, and we peeled all the letters off, the stickers off of it, and he put a sticker on it, had a skull and crossbones, so it represented poison. And we put a food coloring in it. And I would pour the fresh water in the tall glass, and I'd say, this is a glass of truth. Would you drink it? And they said, oh yeah, no problem. These are kids I'm talking to. And then I'd take that dropper out and I'd show it to them. I say, this is poison. And I'd take that eyedropper and I'd carefully put one drop in it. And I'd reach over and I'd put that one drop in that water. Well, that big glass of clear water and that one drop of colored, food coloring, when you drop it in there, it wouldn't even change the color of the water. And I say, now would you drink it? Oh no, that's poison in there. I don't see any poison. I saw you put it in there. I don't see it. That one little drop is enough to spoil the whole thing. And I think that's what's happened with the Bob Lazar story. The problem is you don't know which part of it is that little drop. So as far as I'm concerned, I ain't following any of it. It's a waste of time.
It's interesting you use that analogy. I've used that analogy, a similar one, except I used urine, which is kind of gross. But because a lot of people said, well, why would God reject any of his creation? And I said, because of sin. And they're like, well, everybody's sin. I said, yeah, I get it. And I said, because God is perfect, our understanding of perfect is not the same as God's. Okay, so we can't get back to perfect. We're born in sin. It's in our nature. We can't help it. And I've used the analogy. I said, what if I took one eye drop of urine, put it in a glass, same thing, you wouldn't see it, it wouldn't discolor the water. I said, and you knew I put it in there, would you drink it? They're like, of course I wouldn't drink it. I'm like, well, why? It's just one drop. It's 16 ounces of water with one drop of urine. You're not going to taste it. It's not going to bother you. You're not going to die. But no one's going to drink that water if they see that, unless you're some kind of disturbed individual or something sadistic. But it's the same analogy. It's like you don't get back to perfect after that. And no. God, that's what we are. And he had to buy us back with his own son. So yeah, that analogy is a great one. Okay, so Two Rivers clarified. He said, is he aware of the U.S. Air Force's flying saucer experiment projects in New Mexico sometime in the 60s?
Yes.
They were like test flights, he says.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's just, again, now that doesn't mean it was reverse engineered. We know that the Nazis were already using saucer-shaped craft.
Sure.
Right? Mm-hmm. It's just, to me, it's just another experiment of aviation. They're just trying to find another way and different propulsion systems. Yeah. It's funny, though, you're kind of, I don't know if anybody's ever called you this, Joe, but you're kind of the Grinch that stole the alien agenda.
No. What did I tell you? I learned how to think properly. remember, even Carl Sagan said that. He said we look at the most. What did he say? Uh, there was something about extraordinary something. Basically, the same thing I'm talking about. You don't look for the most ridiculous answers first.
It's Occam's razor.
Yeah, they come last.
Yeah.
Everything else has got to be rolled out first.
Yep.
You
Yeah.
know, it's the same way. It's the same way I do my safety, observations, incident investigations. If a guy if he has an accident on a forklift, and he gets injured or damages something, I go, I have to ask why, you know, and then when he gives me an answer, that's not the answer he gives me is not going to be the reason. I've got to go, well, why did you let that happen? There's always going to be another one, another one, another one, another one, another one, another one, until you get to the root cause, and then you can deal with the root cause. Because if you don't deal with the root cause, it's going to happen again, and the whole thing might come down to what it was: lack of training from his supervisor. That might have been the root cause.
Mm-hmm.
Not because he wasn't paying attention or something like that. Maybe it just was lousy training. You got to get to the root cause to stop it from happening again. And I pretty much do the same thing with my investigations. You got to rule everything else out first.
It makes sense. I mean, we live in a microwave society, so everybody wants stuff now, and quickly.
Yeah.
And I mean, but not to go into politics, but I mean, with what's going on with the whole January 6th and just there's a lot of nonsense that's out there. And
sure.
And a lot of people say, well, I want justice. There's a lot of people that have been, that aren't treated right, and there's no justice anymore. The wheel of justice spins very slowly if you do it correctly. The other side doesn't use justice, so it's very quick. But it always catches up with you. The truth will always catch up to you. That's God, Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life. And when you follow that truth, all the deception that Joe's been talking about tonight, it just dissipates. You just see right through it. It's so obvious to us that have our spiritual blinders off. And it's so refreshing. Again, like just going back 10, 12 years ago, when I came across your stuff, I was just like, this guy gets it. He gets it. Like this is what I felt inside. I didn't know how to explain it. I didn't do all the research that you had done, but it just rung true. My spirit was ringing true because it was the spirit of truth that was presenting it. And I just love that we can talk through these things. And I mean, these are all fascinating things to talk about. Rendlesham Forest and the Roswell crash and, Betty and Barney Hill. All these stories are fascinating, and they're kind of like these lore, right? It's just this folklore that's been in our culture, and it's like, wow, this really happened. And, and it's fun to talk about. It's fun to get involved in that storyline and in fiction, but that's what it is. It's deception. It's just not, it's the same old tricks the devil's been playing from the garden. It's not, he just spins it a little differently for the culture. Science fiction was big in the 40s, especially in the 50s. I mean, that's what was it? The day the earth stood still, right? Wasn't that like 1951 or I don't know, whatever. Yeah. Like, I mean, that you put that in people's mind. And then what Orson Welles did on the radio in the late 30s, early 40s, whatever that was.
38.
It's like you're already setting people up for mass delusion. It's just, it was already there. It was ripe for the taking. And then, the aliens supposedly, they know that. I mean, just like Joe said earlier, they know they're watching us. They're observing us. And they get to do it without us seeing them doing it. So it seems like, they have all this mind control, or they know our thoughts, or they know. No, they don't. It's all observation. And, and they just know us better than we know ourselves sometimes. Miko is the minister I have on for Deliverance Ministry. She's been on a couple times, and I'll be having her back in probably a few weeks. She's local here in Detroit area. And it's funny, she actually, if you go to her website, she has an actual deliverance there. There's a man that was demon possessed, and they're trying to baptize him, and he won't go under the water. It takes like 5 minutes. It's pretty intense. And, he starts growling and all these things that the demons do to try to, make us scared or, run the other way or something to intimidate us. But yet, if you look at the alien abduction stuff, it's the same thing. It's just done in a different fashion. Like they're using the same tricks. You see it over and over and over again. It's a pattern. If it's a pattern, there's something to it. Like there's something going on. And, I get it. There's going to be people that watch the show eventually and they're on the other side of the aisle and they want to believe in aliens. Well, no one's telling you don't believe in them. You can believe in whatever you want. But if you want to believe a lie, I don't know why you would want to do that. Don't you want to seek the truth instead of just going along with this whole narrative that they've been pushing on us for decades now? And then it's hidden, which makes it more mysterious, Joe? Like keeping it, when's disclosure coming? When's disclosure? Like, it's like this purposeful thing of just keeping us on our edge of our seats. And, oh man, what if it happens tomorrow? We've already had disclosure, folks. Like it's not, it's not something to wait for. Which you would agree with, the disclosure's already been taken care of, right? I mean, it's whether you call it soft disclosure, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, but it's just, it's more, to me, it's propaganda.
It is. It is. And the thing is, as Christians, we have disclosure. It's just a matter of what are we going to do with it.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, we have the ultimate disclosure.
I got a friend of mine. He's got a brand new book that's coming out, and he's a counselor, and oh man, he put something together. I want to read you a quote out of his book. When I saw this, I was absolutely blown away. This was his perspective looking at this. I don't want to give too much away because this is a guy you probably should have on your show. And I will tell you, this is the most fascinating thing. I'd never seen anybody look at this from this perspective. My understanding is that the alien message, the majority of this purported biological mixture of expressed technology, spirit, and flesh, bring is one of confusion, which in turn indicates how confused they themselves may be. I am convinced these things are spooked by us, that they see an image of something that they want to be, that they know what we are in respect to identity, but that we as humans do not know who we represent. Could it be that there is a mingling of rogue and good in this esoteric synthesis? Could it be that they are trying to figure out why God image beings are acting so dumb, forgetting who they are and mirroring a twisted image? Could it be that both malevolent and good, those that even kept their domain, are not permitted as yet to tell us who we are, that it is not in their remit? Although it seems very evident the corrupt ones push boundaries and make out they are otherworldly, thus pushing the doors for more access. From the handful of interactions I had with journalists on the field and interviews with adults, those consciousness were impacted as children through intervention with silver saucers, entities, and having explored the New Age scene, I discovered that boundaries have indeed been broken.
Well said.
Wow.
That's a
lot.
That's
what I said.
Wow. A lot packed into a paragraph there.
I'm telling you. And, I just had to go, man. And he didn't even realize it, but there's a piece of scripture that kind of relates to this, and I had to point it out to him. And it comes out of Ephesians, where it talks about um, oh, I'd have to look it back up.
Is it in chapter 6 or?
No, it was earlier on,
Probably
where it talks about,
Ephesians 2, maybe.
we are supposed to be examples to the angels.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
And he's making this comment here that we're not even remembering who we are,
Mm-hmm.
And they're puzzled by that.
That's interesting, because when me and Michael were doing our second part with your material last week, we discussed image bearers.
Mm-hmm.
And we are his expressed image here. Well, Jesus Christ is, but we're his image bearers on this earth. And the demonic realm, every time they look at us, they can't stand us. They literally hate that, because they've been cast down, right? And they know there's no redemption for them. We have redemption. The angelic realm does not have redemption. They will face judgment and be thrown in the lake of fire, and the book of Revelation talks about. So when they see the image of us, I would have to think there's some kind of jealousy too with that, Joe, because I think if you go back to Genesis 6 and the whole account with the Nephilim and all that stuff, my belief is, and you might differ with me on this one, my belief is that the spirit of when the flood came, the spirit of the Nephilim were what remained, because it says they were here after the flood also. So to me, it's their spiritual being was left on the earth. Obviously, their physical bodies had been destroyed, but they still need to act out on their sinful nature. So they need a host. They need something to get inside of, to act it out on. And it makes total sense to me that now I believe the Earth's probably 6,000-7,000 years old, somewhere in that range. I mean, some might differ, but that's my belief. I think there's good evidence to show that. It would make sense that these generation to generation, they're watching us, they're watching our behavior, and they literally want to tear us apart, but they need us to act out on their lustful desires. And in what better way, if you're mad at God and you're shaking your fist at him, than to inhabit his creation made in his image. Yep. And I mean, look, let's face it, we were just talking about the reason I asked about all the sexual stuff that goes on during these so-called abductions is because the Bible talks very clearly that's something that's, you defile the image by that. Men with men, women with women, even outside of the marriage bed and all this stuff. It makes sense to me. It makes total sense that that's how they can get us off the track, and obviously never to know the Savior, but also to act out their devilish deeds here on earth. I mean, that what he said, that kind of goes along that thinking there.
Yep. Yeah,
that's very deep. That needs to be read like deep. 4 or 5 times.
I know.
To get the full impact of it.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing his book out.
Yeah, who was he again?
I'll let you know when it comes out. Gotcha. I'll make sure you got it.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
I'd love to read that.
He was living in Beijing. I think he's relocated to Thailand right now.
Okay.
You'll be fascinated. Well, I'll give you a little hint. You can search him out.
Okay.
He has. This is twofold. His book's twofold, and I think I'm hoping he's done this the right way. I've been working with him for a while. He had one book he was going to do, and I said, no, you got 2 stories here. So I'm hoping he did this in 2 books. He's got his testimony of who he was, and then he's got this work as a counselor with his perspective on this UFO research. And I'll give you who he was, and you could look him up. Back in the 90s, because our work has crossed paths years ago, and now we're working together, which is a fascinating story in itself. But when I first came to the truth with that first case, all of a sudden pops up this story in the news. Here I found that Jesus Christ could stop alien abductions. And then all of a sudden this news story shows up. This guy in England is selling alien abduction insurance.
Gosh.
Yes, he was
Wow.
very well. He became very well known very fast. He had the backing of Lloyd's of London and everything. That's who I'm talking about.
I'm gonna have to look into that one.
He later
I don't remember that.
He went through some really crazy stuff and ended up eventually giving his life to Christ and has made a complete change. Yes.
So cool.
Yes.
Very cool.
And now has this powerful story out. Yeah.
You know, someone in the chat had mentioned a certain person that's believes in the whole alien thing. And look, I get it. It's again, I said, you're open to believe whatever you want. It's free. That's why we have free will. God didn't make us robots. He gives us a choice. And if you want to pursue that, I pursued it. I know what that's about. I did it. I avoided God. You know, I knew he existed, but I was like, well, you know, I'm sure all these religions are the same. I grew up Catholic. You know, I didn't know Jesus as my Lord and Savior until I was like 32, 33 years old. And it's funny when I look back, I'm thinking, boy, you were an idiot. You know, it was right in front of you the whole time. But I understand why there's people today, they'd rather look to aliens than the God of the universe, because there's no accountability.
No.
You don't have to be accountable for your own sin.
Nope.
So why would, if I have an easy way out, so I think, and I can, you know, worship these things and wait for them to come save us or whatever they, you know, the whatever the narrative is this decade, then yeah, why wouldn't you worship them? And that's that strong delusion that Joe's talking about. Like that, it's, if you want that, you're going to have it served on a silver platter.
Spirituality without accountability.
Yes. Yes. Let's face it, that's what it always comes down to. No one wants to be held accountable. No one likes looking at themselves in the mirror and saying, oh, I'm a sinner. That doesn't make you feel good. You know, it's like the gospel wasn't meant, though it's good news, it wasn't meant to make you feel good. It was meant to convict you to come to him and understand, wow, I can't do this myself. I need a Superman. You know, I need a hero. Yeah, well, that hero is Jesus Christ, the only perfect man without sin. And, you know, and I find it baffling sometimes that Christians don't understand. I get the non-believers stuff, but I can't tell you how many times, Joe, I come across Christians that don't get the basics. And I mean, it just shows you the failure of our church, the system. I call it the Babylon system. But it's the church has failed miserably in preaching the gospel and what it truly is, and that it's not about feeling good all the time.
No.
But you're wrestling, your spirit is wrestling flesh. It's a battle. We're in a war until the resurrection.
Yeah.
And if you don't understand it, you're going to live a very defeated Christian life. I have a friend of mine, she used to call me 4 times a week, elderly lady, and she would call, and I don't know, we go back and forth, and I've been talking to her for 5 years, Joe, and she has a particular sin that she holds on to and says, well, God can't forgive that one. I said, oh, really? I said, so he can forgive all the other ones, but your particular sin, he can't. No, he can't. I said, that sounds like you. That doesn't sound like God, because when I read the gospel, I see a much different story. And and I think I might have had a breakthrough last week. I told her, I said, I will not talk to you anymore until you start reading about God's grace. I said, until you can explain it to me, I'm not going to talk to you about all this other stuff. So she sent me a couple scriptures, and I said, okay, we might be on the right path. Let's see where it goes. But if you're willingly submitting to that nonsense, like, I mean, come on, like, he's not going to forgive that one sin. That's pride. That's what that is.
Yep.
I told her, this is kind of funny, but it was mean, I think, looking back, and I kind of wish I didn't say this to her. I said one time, ironically, she goes to a church called Grace Community Church. Ironic. And I told her, I said, I'm not going to use her name. I said, if you truly believe because she kept quoting when the woman was talking to Jesus about, and he called her an adulteress and all these things. She says, well, he caught her in that sin, and he told her, go and sin no more. And all. I said, yeah, he did. Yep. I said, but she was forgiven. She believed in the Savior. She was forgiven. And she says, well, in the Old Testament, in the commandments, it says if you commit this sin, you're damned, right? And I said, well, technically, it says that you needed to be stoned. I said, so if you want to live by the Old Testament, then we have to go by the rules of the Old Testament. I said, so I'm going to call your pastor, and this Sunday, I'm going to have him and his congregation pray over you, and then they're going to take you out in the parking lot, and they're going to stone you. No, I mean, that sounds terrible. I'm thinking back on it. I kind of wish I didn't say it. And she starts laughing. I said, no. I said, that's the rules of the Old Testament. You want to live by them, you got to die by them. And I think it made her think like, oh, wow, I didn't think about it that way. But that's what we all do to some extent. We think we're going to earn our way or something, or we're going to please God more. I mean, it's just a bunch of nonsense. Let the arrest begin, says Gino. Tough love is real. That's why God invented eons ago. What he invented? Yeah. Tough love is real sometime. And hey, God's love is tough. It's not meant to be sugar coated and taken like a candy or something. It's just hard hitting truth. I had lots of friends that have talked to me over the years in private, and they're like, they just can't get over themselves. That's usually the problem.
Yep.
And these so-called aliens, they play on that. They play on our weaknesses.
They know
them. Yeah. Well, Joe, we're almost exactly at 4 hours here. What a fascinating time. I'm so thankful that you came on, and I was telling Michael before when I first emailed you, I was thinking there's no way he's going to answer this email. I'm just this little guy. And so I send the email, and it's like literally like 5 minutes later, I just look at my phone. I'm like, wait a minute, someone emailed me back already? And I couldn't believe it. I was just stunned. I'm like, wow, that's really cool. He actually got back to me. And then, we hadn't met until tonight face to face. And it's just, what an honor. I mean, I'm thankful for your research. I'm thankful for the hard work you've put in, and just being up against it daily, especially in the field you're in. And I know it's just, these guys just wish you would go away, probably, some of them, so, but it's so, as a Christian first, it's just so awesome to see one of my brothers out there doing the fighting, not just sitting on his hands doing nothing. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
And God keeps me humble all the time too. I don't have that opportunity like they do to get the big ego, because my job that I've had the opportunity to be blessed with is as a safety guy. It keeps me humble, because I go to work every day, and everybody hates the safety guy. So.
It's kind of like when OSHA would walk in when I worked at the shop. All of a sudden, everybody's got their glasses on, their helmets, and gloves, and
So, I don't get an opportunity to come home with an ego.
It keeps you in check.
It keeps me in check. So
that's funny. Well, I appreciate you, and I'm just so thankful. And you are always welcome back here on Insight, or on me and Michael's show, Blender. The reason we're on just so the people in the channel, the reason we're on my show tonight on Insight is because I'm having problems with I have a program called OBS, and it's for streaming. And I have different scenes. So if I'm doing a different show, I flip to it. For some reason, we're having audio problems on that one, and I have no idea why. And I didn't want to take the chance on having audio problems tonight of all nights. So we went with this one, if people are confused. But anytime, Joe, you're welcome back here. And if you want to promote your book and talk about it or whatever, I'm looking forward to that coming out. But do you have any last words for the chat?
Yeah, tell anybody out there, if you want to talk to me personally, if you've had experiences, and especially if you want to share your testimony, if you have a testimony of these experiences, this is what CE4 does. We've been given the mission to share these testimonies with the world, so that when when they say, Is this real? I say, well, how many testimonies is it going to take to show you this is real? That's what this is about. This is what we do. You want to share your testimony? You need to just talk to somebody about this. I answer my emails, and then I give you a phone call, a phone number, and we'll talk. Okay. This is what I do. This is what I've always done. I'm not a big name that I won't talk to you. Feel free to reach out to the email. It's right there. And I'll respond to you. That's what I do. It's what I've been doing.
He will definitely respond.
Years.
I can attest to that.
I will. I will.
And like I said, guys, I'm going to put all the information in the description, both on Rumble, here on Foxhole. We are on Twitch and DLive. However, they don't upload videos there, so you'll have to get at one of these two locations. And hopefully by September 9th, I will have my YouTube channel back. And you know what's so funny, Joe? The reason I was given 2 strikes for medical misinformation, and I was using the CDC's website. They just told me, the CDC's full of it, so I agree with them. It was medical misinformation.
Nice.
Yeah. So they proved my point. Anyway, guys, love you guys so much. Thank you for dropping by. I got to give out the gold pills. There's a gold pill system here on Foxhole if they donate to the creator of the channel, and then we give back at the end. So I'm releasing that, guys. Let's see here. Yep, released. Go ahead and get yourself some gold pills. Love you guys. Thanks. I saw a lot of familiar faces tonight, some new ones, a lot of lurkers out there. Hopefully you enjoyed Joe Jordan's testimony and his research, because, guys, please check out his YouTube channel, check out his website. So much information there, so many great videos and testimonies, fascinating stuff, and it's the truth. He's getting the truth out, and we appreciate that. Joe, if you can just hang on for a second, I'm going to go ahead and stop the stream and say goodbye, everybody. I play my little outro. I have a Ferris Bueller outro that I usually play at the end of the show,
okay.
So I'll play that for them. And guys, love you. Take care. And by the way, I'll be Tuesday night, Red, White, and Boom. Megan Walsh back on in the Hollywood Reporter, and we will be discussing more of Megan's case. We got some really good breaking news as far as lawyers go, and it looks like we're making some headway in her case. So join us at, I think, 8 o'clock on Tuesday, right here on my channel. Thanks, guys. Take care.